Don't I see us maybe by end of this year getting to like maybe 500,000? Because if I look at some of the pipeline partnerships that we're having, right, and I think that's a wonderful thing to monetize that very well for the nation of Cape Verde.
Globalization. I think all the countries are trying to get global, and I see Africa as the biggest potential. We come from India. We speak to US clients, we speak to European clients, but the kind of potential we see in Africa trying to get themselves global is tremendous. Recently, I would like to share an anecdote with you guys. Recently, I was having a conversation with a reseller, very small, not very big. Just starting business, having a team of just 5-6 people, and he was very ambitious. He come from Ghana, and so he was very ambitious, very young guy, and he told me that, I'm planning to do this, I'm planning to do all of that. So I asked him one question, that what is the challenge? What is the challenge you are facing? He said that I come from a very remote area, I want to move out of here and do a lot. I replied to him that, you can still do a lot being in Ghana, because internet is connecting everyone, and specifically when African ccTLDs are also getting globalized, because now it's not just limited to being a small guy or being a small company in your remote area. It's more about connecting to outside. And how do you connect with a lot of people outside the world? Is by building trust, is by building credibility, is by building a brand name, and that's how .cv and other TLDs are coming into picture. So I think, globalization is the need of the hour, and I think Africa can be one of the biggest potential here.
Thank you, Aman. Stephen?
Yeah, Helmut. So I'll come back to your question regarding .ai, and that get back to my first statement, what I made about positioning, how a ccTLD can position themselves in the global market. So I think that AI is a very good example, because even if it's under an island, but it's still interpreted as artificial intelligence. Similar it goes with .tm, for example, which is like trademark, but is not a trademark, but it's a ccTLD. Yesterday I meet a registry of .ml, Male. Yeah. I met them, and the immediate thought which came in my mind was machine learning. It could be like a machine learning, .ml. So, this goes back to the same question about globalization when we talk about ccTLD and how exactly it can be presented to the world. Many times we see clients who want .ai, for example, or .tm, for example, but they have no idea it's a ccTLD. They think it's something which is relatively a different term, and they can still use for their business, and still they can be successful. A very classic example is of .cc, which is a Cocos Island. I think they barely have a population of about 200 or 300 people, if I'm not wrong, but they have about 300,000 plus domain names, because .cc is a very attractive term. So this could be a very classic example that even if you don't have a lot of selling potential in the market, but still, if you position yourself very well in the global market, it can be a successful case.
Thank you. Wycliffe?
In addition to what has been discussed, I think there's so many opportunities in Africa, given the fact that we have the data in terms of the population, the poverty rates, the unemployment, and then if you take into account the capabilities and the ease with which AI is able to help people to explore the idea that they have, I see lots of applications, small-scale applications coming into play, being created by the young people that you have, and I see further exploration of domains like which country is .bf? Burkina Faso. Yeah, so someone was telling me these young people best friend or something like that. Yeah. So it's I like the fact that AI is coming into Africa at a time when we know what's going on. I think we have been lagging behind, but AI seems to be like an equalizer. All you need is your internet, computer, and maybe if you're lucky enough to have a MacBook, the M series, you have the cloud code that you're able to explore to gain so much capabilities that a few months ago was unthinkable. So my thinking is that we are going to see a mushroom of softwares, applications, programs, websites, and this needs for them to be exposed to the outside world, of course, through an IP address, and that has to be mapped onto a domain name. So the vast array of the domain names that are out there is going to be interesting to see how the youth especially take advantage of them.
Thank you, Wycliffe. Very good. And before I go to the next question, I would encourage the ccTLDs that are here to prepare your questions. All these sessions, these discussion sessions are for you to get involved so that one person stands up, asks a question that is probably on the mind of many of you. And before we go to the last question from me, before going to you, so the next one is, if you could give one, and starting with Aman, if you could give one practical advice to registries without teaching them, but sharing what does make you cry, that please implement this, and it is working at that or that ccTLD that could help you selling your African ccTLDs. Thank you.
If you ask me, because see, we are registrars. We sell ccTLDs or any domain for that matter via channel partners. That's called resellers. Okay. So it's very important for us to understand the right positioning of any particular ccTLD and the right marketing strategies. Understanding the adoption of that particular TLD. So if we talk about business, I don't want to sound very, like a salesperson here, but MDFs, MDFs sounds, a good strategy where we can collaborate with registries to help them sell their TLDs. I think much more positioning and much more marketing strategies so that we can empower and motivate our resellers to sell more and more TLDs.
I will not allow Aman go off that easy. One practical advice, like spot on like a nail. Please. You are so diplomatic.
Yeah.
We all can see that. Very
be
polite. Just one advice. Thank you.
Give us the right position so that we can sell more TLDs. That's it. I'm so sorry for that.
Yeah. Okay, I think for me, I would say it's more collaboration, and specifically, it's collaboration with more registrars as much as possible, either directly or indirectly if you want them to go through local registrars, because some countries might have that optionality or want it to be that way for specific reasons. But more collaborations is important. You need more distribution, so you need to collaborate more.
Yeah, for me, it would be the technical integrations, I would say, like API connections or APP connections or some kind of modules which would allow a registrar to connect with the registry easily. Because what difficulty we face at the moment with most of the registry, I would say, it's mainly manual, wherein we have to send out emails and wait for the confirmation. And if there is any kind of a document which is pending or anything gets missed out, then we have to do the communication again and again. So that increases the gap of getting the domain register. But if there is EPP connections or API connections or any technical integrations, that makes it faster. I know some of the registries who offer really good integrations where the domains are registered on the spot and they have all the sets of procedures, what the documentation is needed, what the registrar needs to collect from the business perspective. Everything is put in proper place so that the process gets faster. That's what I would like to say.
Is it working? I entirely agree with him. We are host Africa. As host Africa, one of the biggest challenges we have is, apart from, I think there are 4 or 5 countries where when you register, a client registers a domain, it's seamless. Yeah, it's like tap tap, it's done. Unfortunately, for a good number of registries, the way he has put it, you have like to go ahead and sweet talk them, you write, you remind them, you look for who else knows. Sometimes you try to reach out to ICANN, we ask them, whom do you know in this registry? Sometimes you find, unfortunately, CEOs of those registries also don't respond. Yeah, it's true, I have evidence. So if you could borrow a leaf, I'm not bragging, but if you could borrow a leaf from Kenya, Kenik, it's tap tap, ZA, tap tap, RW, tap tap, TZ, then there are a few others that it's impossible. Yesterday I was lucky that I got contact from some registries, and I think we are going to see what else we can do. So technical implementation, APP, direct communication.
Thank you. Thank you. And now to the main part. And before we go into your questions, there is a great way how to attend events. We all remember the British guy, Nigel. Who remembers? Yes, he passed away. Nigel from the UK, and he was walking, when you were going to the ICANN events, he was always walking with a beautiful big hat. Yes, do you remember the guy? And what he did, wherever he was, he always asked for a question, he stood up, introduced himself, was most polite, didn't teach anyone, and was asking one question. That was his trademark, being always super polite, his big hat, and always introducing himself. So, who has the first question? Thank you. And if you could introduce yourself to the gentleman.
Thank you, Helmut. It's still me for the introduction. I probably don't have a question. 3 very quick comments to your first question on challenges, which he prefers to be put as challenges and not barriers. I think the first comment I want to make, looking at the industry from a global view, is a misconception barrier or challenge. And what I mean here is that it is probably believed or assumed that the go-to name is .com. But the statistics speak the opposite. If you look at the AFNIC report of last year, they do this DNS study market report every year. And just to be, very quick on this, .com is only dominant, if I were to use that word, in North America region. In all the other regions, Africa, Europe, Asia, they are all ccTLD first. And, I'm saying this as I can, but that is what the statistics say. So, .com is not dominant. It is perceived or believed to be dominant. But the numbers say a different story. In Africa, ccTLDs account for at least 65% of all the registrations. So it is not .com. So I think that is important for you as resellers as you push that particular agenda. But the reality is we are ccTLD first in these regions. That's important to note. I think positioning is important. Most times ccTLDs probably don't position themselves as businesses, and hence the challenges that, for example, Wycliffe is talking about, automation, there's no focus on that. Payment is a challenge. So can we look at these registries as businesses? Probably that will also increase a lot. And I think policies are really, really important. A lot of our countries still require in-person presence or local presence of you as a registrar. Competition is global. It doesn't care about borders. So I think our work is cut out in our respective countries. And lastly, obviously we have overly infra challenges. So automation, data centers, power, and the rest. And I think all this is what contributes to make Africa unique and probably not really lagging behind, just unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you. And so for the next questions to the panelists, yes, is Sarah, do you have a question? Thank you.
Sarah Rigo, Team Internet. So when you mentioned the speed at buying domains, so can we separate that between the speed of buying a domain and the ease of buying a domain from the registry side and from the ease of buying a domain from the registrar side? Because you want to make it easy from the registry side. So we all see .au, .in and so on. The complexity of registering a TLD like that just makes people go and select .coms or alternative ones. From a registrar side, my experience at GoDaddy 123reg is if you make it really easy and cheap, the chances of the domain not renewing are really high and you risk a lot of fraud. Would you have that experience as well in Africa? Because my experience comes from US, Europe mostly.
Thank you. Was the question clear to all of you? No? Could you please rephrase it in...
Okay, so one thing is making it easy from the registry side. So we want Rwanda, we want KNIC and so on to make it easy for you as a registrar to register, for the registrant to register the domain. The other thing is a registrant making it being easy for a registrant to register a domain with the registrar. So if I go to Host Africa to register a domain, if I register it and I don't need to provide any kind of information, right? You don't know who I am, and so the chances of me using that domain for fraud and not renewing are high. You can't contact me. Did it not make sense? The question is, do you see that happening as well here in Africa? Because the experience I have is in US and in Europe.
Thank you. So if I may rephrase, do you see issues of people trying or parties trying to register domain names, not disclosing the real information, or yes, having issues from that side? Thank you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. What we see is, let's start from Kenya. The dominant payment platform in Kenya is M-Pesa. So the chances of fraud are very negligible. Why? Because it's very easy to trace who did it. So when you have an incident, of course, it's easy to tell who did it because the phone number is easy. The cases that we've tried to see is when someone is trying to use a VPN and a credit card. These are the cases that we see. And within Africa, the numbers are little, but we find people from outside, China or wherever, because you can be able to see in the IP address. So you'll find, because the system is automated, they have fake names, fake email addresses, fake addresses, but we have a way of filtering that one out. And then, of course, we trap it in good time. So I think what's happening outside is what those people from those parts of the world are trying to bring it here. But the vast majority of our clients are local, so the cases are negligible.
Thank you.
You?
Stephen?
Well, I don't have a lot of experience in terms of how the registration takes place in terms of African domain names specifically. But I would talk about ccTLDs, about eliminating the risk of having the fake inputs. So what we have done in DOMGate, we have created a system where we, before the reseller or a corporate starts the business, we verify his account by asking him to upload the documents. So once the documents have been uploaded, we verify those documents, and we ask a set of questions to him regarding the number of extensions he would like to connect with us. So with those extensions, we have created a set of modules where a reseller or a corporate needs to go through, so that we identify him as a genuine buyer, and that's eliminate the primary risk of working with someone who might be fraud or might create some kind of problems. Apart from this, coming to the first question, if I understand it correctly, about how to create the ease between the registrar and the registrar. I think for a ccTLD registrar, it's very important to collect as much as information possible. It's I wouldn't say it's 100% possible to get all the information, because the rules keep changing and the registries keep adding new rules. But if you have some kind of rules and protocols pre-hand, then it becomes easy for you to create a process. Like for example, we have a Dropbox facility where a registrar can directly upload the documents. A registrar can save his time and the documents are gathered at the registrar ends. So even if the registry is not asking us to collect those documents, but we still do it, because if there is any kind of a fraud or any kind of fraudulent activity, we make sure that we are prepared for it. So this could be one kind of a strategy which can help to avoid the situations.
Okay, I can add to that. So one, from the registry level, I think the real big thing is just make sure you work with the best-in-class registrars. A lot of them have existed already. They already have credibility. There are even cases where you can grandfather someone that's an ICANN accredited registrar and then be able to bring them on board. You already know who they are, essentially, right? And then that's the way a lot of things even work. And also, if you work with accredited registrars, right, who are experienced that have done what they have done, you also know that they are also, KYCing their clients, whether through payment channels, like the example we gave, or, collecting all the biodata upfront. So at the registry level, we don't have to worry too much about that. There was something else you talked about around pricing. What I have seen, and I've not been in this space for that long, but at least since 2009, that I've been in this space, right? What I've seen is the biggest challenges with free has come from the way free worked back then. The apologies for mentioning .cc.tk back then, where you could just go, boom, register, boom, you're gone, right? Nothing. And with technology, someone could just create 1 million domains in a day, right? I'm hoping that's over, right? And none of that is happening anymore. Individual registration, we understand who the user is, and hopefully anybody that is doing free within the context of a registrar that understands who the customer is or has an identifier on the customer. And I say that very carefully because at .cv we've tested with free models, but in those cases we've tested only with universities, academia, students, in a very close loop. Understanding of, get this so you understand how it works, and then, you can renew, right? But free openly definitely creates all those challenges, but I want to hope nobody's doing that today. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would like to firstly correct myself if I'm able to understand your question, that are we also facing challenges by registering domains from the registry end, and as well as, because we are registrars, so we have two sides. We coordinate, our systems coordinate with the registries, and our systems coordinate with the resellers, right? So with that reference, what Wycliffe was talking about, if you register a domain and, it should be, things are going tap, that was the reference, right? So, is it for both the sides?
Especially for the registrar side.
Correct.
Or you can have a lot of domains not renewed.
Correct. So being a registrar, I think I closely understand your question, because we have to coordinate with systems from the registries and systems with the resellers. So what we have empowered is automation. Definitely understanding your customers or knowing your customer, what we call KYC in India, is very crucial when we register ccTLDs. So we have partnered with very, very reliable third-party partners who help us scrutify documents and help us understand the end customers. And yes, so it's not a very manual heavy process, it's more of automation. So by and large, we are not really facing a lot of issues with that, because we are empowering automation. So that's how we overcome such challenges.
Thank you. And by the way, yes, the next question will go to Tanzania. By the way, Sarah, if you could quickly stand up. If you wish to ask experience on how .co is run, for example, now, just go to Sarah. This is a very unique opportunity for many of us. Then the next time when we meet, we'll well, we meet will be after 1 year. So please use this opportunity to meet with each other. And if you need introductions, yes, please come to me and ask, hey, can you introduce me to this and that person? Thank you. And the next question is to ZA.
Hi. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for the information. My name is Wilfred Warioba. I'm from Route Africa in Tanzania. We're a small growing company. What I wanted to ask is about the regulations and the policies. You know, Africans, we have a very complex with the regulation and the policies. Most of the problem or challenging we are facing is if some of the customer, they want security level agreement. And for some resellers, we find that there is no such things. When you talk to them, you tell them this company is a unique, it's a premium, it's a potential. Can we have a certain agreement so that we can convince them to work with us? This is very difficult. I don't know whether some of you have come across on this situation, and how did you go about it?
Thank you. Did all of you understand the question? Yes, so Wycliffe will go first. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think you mean service level agreement?
So one second, just to rephrase the question in one sentence.
Yeah. There's a service level agreement, but there's a security level agreement, because some of the people, they store these informations which are very secure, but they want guarantee. But they know you as a local, but they don't know the other person. And you're telling that my backup is in India, my backup is in the US. Now they need to hear from someone now in the US. You know? What is he talking about the security?
If I can answer this question, as I previously said, that firstly we don't store any data. I mean, for security reasons. That is the reason we empower automation. We tied up with a third-party companies who help us scrutify information, who help us verify informations of the end customers. And that's how we do. So we don't manually verify, or we don't manually store any data for many security reasons. So we always join hands with reliable partners who are local and the end customers, and just to ensure that the trust and hygiene is maintained.
I want to think your question is referred to more around hosting and data hosting, specifically for customers. What I've seen in practice is if you're trying to offer a local, maybe a government subsidiary, a large organization locally, and maybe your data is hosted in AWS and they're asking, they want to hear from AWS. I think most of the large organizations globally have developed structures now where you can download certificates or documents that show that, okay, am I HIPAA compliant, I'm this compliant, SOC 2 compliant, so that way there's no need for actually trying to figure out how the Jazzy can talk to an organization in Tanzania to let them understand that, okay, yes, Amazon AWS is safe. I think there's those tools now, so I'm not sure if those should be issues anymore. As long as you can download those things and then show to your clients, you should be good.
Yeah, well, from my perspective about ccTLD data, storing of data is really crucial, because we have been facing this like a challenge to keep it secure from the registrar point of view, and also from the corporates who really trust the registrars to get their domain register. In my view, it can be a few simple things. I sounded like a simple, but definitely it's not simple. We try to get the data in an encrypted format as maximum as possible, so that the important IDs and important links are not be disclosed to any of the other person, even within the organization. Secondly, I think in terms of the local presence, like you mentioned about, we try to get the connection agreements as many as possible from the registrars. For example, if somebody wants to get a domain name in XYZ country, and if there is a trustee service, we make sure that we ask for the document of a registrar to show or to prove a connection between the local presence and the domain person who wants to get the domain name. So these are the two factors, and apart from that, I think if there is a corporate who really wants to get, let's say, .rw or .k, if there is no mandatory thing to get a trademark authorization or to check the trademark, but we still take a step forward to get, I won't say it like an advice, but I really find it very feasible if a country, they really implement something like eKYC, like electronic KYC, which is powered by the government itself, and whereas the registrant can just go to the link where he already has his document, because the first source of point where a registrant can trust is his own government. So if a government has a link of eKYC verification which a registrar just needs to give to the registrant, then I think it's become more secure, because then your data stays within your country. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. For us at Host Africa, we have, of course, servers in Kenya. If someone wants the kind of documentation you're talking about, it will be provided in line with the relevant, can I call it, legislations, data protection and the like. South Africa, likewise, we have a data center there, so it's easy. We've done it in the past.
Thank you. And the last question is coming. So, we will have 1, 2, 3 questions. Okay. And so 1, 2, 3 questions. Yes. And those will be the last. Okay. Just let us make them short, please. Yes, short and precise. We are not here to teach anyone. We're just here to share experience and ask your questions. Thank you. And please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. And my name is Mohammed, and I'm from Oracom Group. We basically deal with domain and hosting as well as website building. And right now we are introducing a new system, centralized ERP system. My question actually goes to two of our panelists. That is Host Africa Managing Director and also my new friend, Mr. Aman. My first question is about Mr. Aman, what are the best practices you're implementing for managing and securing a ccTLD registry in Africa, especially given the increasing rate of cyber threat? And my next question is, what are the biggest challenges you see for domain name security in Africa, and how can we address them to ensure that there's safer online environment for businesses and consumers? Thank you.
Thank you. So, short, precise answers, and I will answer them, all 4 of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Just to keep it more short, I mean, I will not get into more technical and more nitty-gritties because it will be a long session then. But best practice is peace and harmony. We build good relationship with all our partners and the end customers. That's too short. I mean, yeah. Thank you. Muhammad, we can connect outside to discuss technical.
Within the context of .cv, we do really try to help people, especially when, for example, now we have some platforms where people upload their resumes and they have like identifiable data like phone numbers. Instead of allowing those to show by default, right, we do hide those, right, except you explicitly say you want to show it. And because you might think, oh, it's okay to have my phone number on the internet, right, the risks are getting even worse and worse. Today, AI agents are the ones that are trying to log into your apps and generating all these short codes and disturbing your phones. With that, you're getting all these AI calls. There's just many risks that we know and the ones that we do not know, right? So as much as possible, we try to say, okay, personal data is their contact data, right? Don't show that. Just leave the profile data helps you get more opportunities rather than contact data. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so I'll just keep it short, and I think it aligns to what I said in my last answer. It's about keeping your data in your own country and having it verified, and having it interference of your own government would actually ease the process of verifying and having the secure data.
Thank you. And the next one, Wycliffe, and just have a look, guys. Wycliffe has come up with a pen and a notebook, and that helps you preparing the questions and preparing the answers. Impressive.
One interesting thing that if you're a domain or hosting provider, you'll experience is you are hosting possibly tens or hundreds of thousands of domain names. So some bad actor would always throughout, they'll try to penetrate your system. So the first point of weakness is your admin console. Because if you just log into one administrator's account, you have access to everything. I know these are technical, but that's what you asked for. So secure your admin section. Then in terms of client side, the good thing about especially .ke is the contact details of clients, they are all hidden. You cannot get anything. The other has to do with the 2FA of the client area. I mean, there are lots of things. If you are running the popular system, WHMCS, you know that every other moment someone is trying to get into. So just ensure you have the latest PHP versions, MySQL, the normal security practices. You could contact a security personnel, they'll tell you everything. But the fact is, and this is something we've experienced in the past, someone is intentionally every moment trying to get into your system.
Very good advice. And just a quick one, as not all of them are technical people, when you put up the newest PHP version, make sure that all the scripts will work on them. Yes, so you'll be the last one, and then the next, and the previous, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Peter. I'm from Patom Digital. We are a technology solutions company. Among the things we've been discussing is AI and automations, which is a service we offer. I had a question for Coast Africa to start with. When you started on the challenges, you mentioned that one of the core challenges was automations. And then over the discussion, what I've picked up and what I think all of us have is that you guys do have, or most of you have, the client onboarding system automations, where you just, some of the ccTLDs make it easy for you, for a customer to come and purchase and go without having to have a lot of manual of it. Now, other than that, you also all have mentioned when you started, you asked them about their client percentage rate at which the clients re-onboard again the following years, they renew their renewal rate. I've noticed that most of you have very few CRM or automations that will have the clients come back again. This is what I mean. In most cases, it is very easy for a client to purchase the domain the first time. But after that first purchase, there's no automations, there's no follow-up, there's no workflow that will have your clients remain on it. So if the clients even forget they have their domains, as a reseller I face that a lot. I have to remind my clients that they need to renew their domains or something of that sort. That is the first question. Is there a system or automations, or is there a need for such automations? Or do you need to outsource such in case to retain your clients on the renewal rate? That is the first one. The second one, which is short, it's related to the security aspect, where you have your KYC. So what happens, because we face challenges where a customer purchases their domain the first time, they provide the necessary KYC, and then they wait for a year or two and use that domain for the other purposes that they had, which is not okay, which is a malicious purpose. So after the first year, that's where you only concentrate. After that, you never recheck the KYCs. So how can we have that system, or how can we look into that again? Where I've had my domain for the last 7 years, I have so many domains, and after the first registration, no one has ever asked me about what I'm using my domain for.
Thank you. And just a quick one. Are the questions clear? Okay. So now, once you will have 2 sentences, yes? It's fine, it's fine. We always go through that. We want to ask, so if you could redefine both questions very shortly. What is that and what is that? Thank you. It's fine.
Question 1. How do you make sure you have automations for retaining your customers? Question 2. How do you make sure that you keep updating your customers' KYC after the first purchase?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 1. We have a system for reaching out to clients. when you sign up, and we do follow-ups, and we have a team. Of course, we must be having a CRM. We have a team that reaches out to clients. In fact, I have one of them in this room. So we call, we make phone calls, we follow up, we follow up. So that's not an issue for us. Is that fair enough? Then number two, you're talking about when a domain is registered the first time, in terms of the whois details, you don't expect that the following year something could change. The only time that something changes is when the domain changes hands, and we see that a lot. You register the domain for your client, and this happens for resellers. The reseller does it under their name. Then after a few moments, the real owner now wants to take over the domain. That's when you have the whois change details. So in practice, it rarely happens, and when it does, especially for the top level domains, once a year an email is sent out to ask you, are the details still correct? In most cases, they're normally correct. So we've never seen a case where on the second year, on the third year is when fraud happens. Fraud normally happens within the first 24, 48 hours. That's when you see things happening, because if you're a thief, you want to strike when the iron is hot. That is what we've always seen. Very few incidents we've never seen any incident where past the first year that a domain is involved in a criminal activity. The only cases that could happen is when you had a website that you failed to update, it was vulnerable, then you have someone hacking it and redirecting traffic. These are the cases that we see.
Thank you. Stefan?
Yeah, so regarding the first question about renewals and the retention, so in that case we have a system in place where we send out automatic notifications to the clients in order to get it renewed and in order to continue with the domain services. But let me be very honest with you, from my experience about ccTLDs, to set an automated process is really very difficult, because in some of the ccTLDs you have to wait for the domain to get expired and then you have a chance to renew it. So in that case only we can send like a pre-hand notification just to observe the domain name to get it expired, and then you can renew it. So it differs, and the strategy should be different in case of different ccTLDs. That's why we say that the ccTLDs need a special attention, and in most of the cases it requires manual interventions. Regarding the second question about the security, so like you mentioned it very correctly, from our observation, the spamming or the misuse of a domain name happens within the first week, I would say, within the 7 days, where a registrar would directly go and do some kind of malicious activities. But from my experience, we also take a step ahead to do the domain auditing, what we call as portfolio auditing, where we scan all the domains with a particular extensions quarterly or in a 6 months of periods, just to check with the keywords which we think could be could create some kind of false activities. To just quote an example here, so we do recently we did an auditing for .az where we searched for the keyword of casino. So whichever domains would have keyword of casino, we went through it manually. We shot down 20 domains which had that word, and we went through it manually. We checked with the registry as well. So I think that kind of audit report would help. It won't eliminate 100% the threat of having the malicious activities, but it can save a little bit. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I also add something? We have a real-time system or software that when a domain is ordered for registration, again, the same way you were saying, it filters certain keywords and then flags them for a manual review. So the notable extensions or keywords, and mostly in, as it says, casino, finance, banking. Those ones are flagged immediately, and then there's someone who manually checks on them, because sometimes you could get it wrong.
Okay. For us at the .cv registry, the first thing to note is that we partner with registrars, and for example, 6 of the top 10 registrars in the world are already selling .cvs, and they're like the ones that are contributing the most to .cvs, and they already have these processes right in place. So I guess that's the simple answer to that. So reactivation, renewals, they control all of that. The name silos, Dynadots, pop-ups of this world, Namecheap, Spaceship. For the second question around KYC, like Wycliffe said, it's not a practice today to do KYC. On the second level, the biggest problem is domain hijacking, abandoned domains, and there is a lot of that, especially when people use software that they don't update, which makes those domains easy to hijack. What we've done at the registry is we have partnerships with threat intelligence systems that do check proactively, and when they see information of domains, in fact, domains that have infractions like that, whether the person is out of commission, they are doing it intentionally or unintentionally because their domains are hijacked. Once we see that, the first action is to suspend those domains and then have those discussions. So we take those kind of proactive actions at the registry level when we're reached out to by those threat intelligence platforms that we've partnered with, and that's how we handle that today.
Thank you.
To start with your first question, yes, retention renewals have always been a big challenge, and we take renewals and retentions very seriously. We have a dedicated team of account managers who ensures that all our resellers are being very well reminded about renewing their domains. Also, we have a 4-step reminder process, what we call. When a domain is going to expire, before 45 days, we send them a reminder, and then 30 days, and then 15 days, and then a day before the expiry of the domain. So it's not just we are dependent on CRMs and systems. We also have account managers who ensures that the resellers are very well reminded for renewals and retentions. So yes, we take that very seriously. Also, I agree with Wycliffe and Stephen that any domain getting registered today, high possibility within the first 15 days, I would say 2 weeks, high possibility that they would perform any malicious activities. Once that period is moved on, very low chances that they perform any fraudulent activities. But yes, I have personally also seen domains waiting for 6 months and then they perform any activities. For that, again, we have a dedicated team of abuse and compliance, which ensures that a continuous or a daily process. So we have a team of about 5 people who handles abuse and compliance. Every day they are scrutifying domain extensions batch-wise, trying to understand which extensions or which domains are performing fraudulent activities and flag them red and send them a soft email or maybe a reminder to take down the activities they are performing. If not, we give them a window of 48 hours, and still we find the domain, the activity is not being taken down, we immediately suspend the domain. So both the questions are.
Thank you. Now the gentleman in the back, and if you would stand up. Sorry.
Hello, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Matthew, working with the Host Pinnacle Cloud Limited. That's a hosting company here in Kenya. We do domain registration and hosting services. We also offer bulk SMS services. My question is more related to my colleague. Mostly, we understand that registration is important, but also maintaining the domain which have already been registered is also far much more important. So my question was clearly going to Stephen. When you're talking, you said that your retention rate is at 80%. I was requesting if maybe you can give us some strategies you have in place to maintain such a higher retention rate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the strategy is very simple. The customers, what we focus is mostly the corporates. my experience in terms of ccTLD is because I also work with gTLDs, but in respect to ccTLDs is you register a domain name when you need it. Most of the registrants or the individuals, they do it for different activities, but at DomGate we only have the ones which are really like the corporates one or which are the brand protection one. Apart from that, as I mentioned, we do have some timely activities where we reach out to the customers, and the timely activities is not 100% automated, I would say, because ccTLDs, like I mentioned, require special attentions. So we reach out to them, we always have a communication with them, and we do timely auditing for most of the resellers which we have on board. So I think that makes it the process easier for us to retain a customer. Just to give an example, we started 13 years back, the company itself. The first customer which we had 13 years back is still our customers, and none of our customers left us. So we are still adding more new ones, and also we are continuing business with what we already had on board. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Stefan. Aman?
I think the same answer goes here. Retention and renewals, we do take it very seriously, and the strategy again is not very complex. Making sure you build good relationship with your resellers, your partners, and likewise the resellers build good relationship with the end customers. If a relationship is built on trust, reliability, credibility, and all the positive words, then I think renewals and retention obviously goes high. The big challenge what we face is, I personally have seen is dropping of renewal and retention of a particular domain. Is, for example, I am a photographer, I intend to set up my business, I'm very passionate, I look around, I set up my website, and after 6 months I'm down if I'm not doing good, and the website doesn't do good, and I don't intend to continue doing the same business. Maybe I want to try something else. And that is one possible challenge. A lot of times I see that the domains are not getting renewals because of less motivation, because of less or not intent to continue the business. So reminder is one thing with CRM systems, and also personalization.
Thank you.
For us at the .cv, I would say we're just like 18 months in, so it's still a bit early to tell. But what we've seen is we're seeing like 60% retention rate in the first cohort of domains that were registered. But we think that would continue to increase as we start to see more first name or last name, or first name last name .cv, right? Essentially, because it's your name, it's something you care about, you probably want to keep it, especially if you've used it in a lot of different places. But hopefully in the next 2 years we'll have more data that we can depend on.
Thank you, Ope. And Host Africa, any tricks for good tricks?
I think the best that one can do is to remind, after someone has bought a domain, they know why they bought it. Just in case they forget, we need to make every attempt possible to try and reach out to them. So for us, what I didn't mention is we have automated SMS notifications which go 3 times within the lifetime of, within a period of about 45 days to the expiry of the domain. So in addition to the email notifications, which are about 5 of them, let's assume you don't get the email. SMS, there's no way you say you failed to get it. After we do all that, then post-expiry, we call again. So we try the best that we can to ensure that you renew your domain and hosting. But I want to say, beyond that, I mean, there's nothing much you can do.
Wow, that's the full one. Making sure email gets delivered, SMS, and then a call. Super impressive. Thank you.
Can I add something, Edwards, if you don't mind?
Of course.
I would like to reminders, motivation, all of that. I would like to give a very live example for Helmuts. He organized Domain Summit. I've been getting reminders on my email, but I'm also getting reminders on WhatsApp. So systems automation is one thing, personalization is plays very important role. So I think what has helped me as a business person is more of personalization, especially for renewals and retention. That works wonders. So that's what.
It's fabulous, yes, of course. And our industry does ignore the power of SMSs and WhatsApp and everything. Really, we underestimate. Thank you. And the last question goes to a man in a fabulous shirt, colorful, brave, please.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Diallo Mar de la Guinée, membre du registre NICGN. Ma question c'est: quelles sont les opportunités de croissance générées par l'IA dans les domaines ccTLD africains?
His question is, so he's asking what are opportunities of growth for AI in the ccTLD domain ecosystem in Africa.
De la Guinée. GN.
It's coming from GM ccTLD.
Was the question clear?
If we can understand.
Once again, please, Grace, and we have the best translator. Grace.
Okay. So basically, he's asking what are opportunities of growth for AI technology in the ccTLD domain industry in Africa?
How would I just start? So I think opportunities are growing. I mean, we as registrars, registries, and resellers, we are all trying to identify gaps. So since we understand the technology is growing, the adoption of technology is growing, not just limited to Africa, but globally. Artificial intelligence is something with which the globe is eyeing on. And as and when we develop, we mature artificial intelligence, the opportunities for domain extensions with AI will also keep growing. I mean, it's just the beginning, guys. I mean, let's wait and watch. I mean, in the next 5 years, 10 years, I think it will be a big game.
Thank you. Ope?
Okay, so this is a very interesting question, especially for .cv, because like in the .cv case, resumes, professional profiles, and there's a lot of AI use cases. One of the things we've also done with the ccTLD is think about these use cases and even develop some products to support the market and see other people also develop products. For example, one of our biggest registrars called read.cv, right, that actually got acquired by big AI giant Perplexity because of this, right? And we also have hello.cv, hello.cv today, which is an AI-powered professional website builder and resume builder. Like in 30 seconds, you get a full website by uploading your CV. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then of course the domain resolves in 30 minutes. So essentially, we do it now. Before we finish here, you have your first name, last name .cv, full website, AI. And now that's .cv. We see some other players trying to do also different things with .cv. So for example, people are building platforms where CV agents are talking to recruiter agents and kind of finish the whole discussion before even talking for the human in the loop now gets in. So fantastic opportunities. And there's also the use of AI in how you do support on a registry level, how you do support on the registrar level. We had to go ahead and develop APIs directly, even at the registry level, beyond EPP, so we could allow people to now use AI agents to interact. We also have prompts that you could kind of put to no-code builders to build like a registrar immediately, especially for people who are running SaaS and want their SaaS to be integrated with domains like say a shopping platform, or someone built a resume builder and want people to be able to kind of publish to a .cv domain, right? So they could do that no code. So there are those kind of options that people can think of, we can think about as registrars to kind of make it easy for people to even adopt our domains, right? And also there could be AI in outreach. In the case of GM specifically, for example, I mentioned like the crypto use case. It could be to use to even figure out who would love to own a GM today based on their crypto activity and then outreach to them, right? That could something that could take 10 years of MDFs and all of that. You could almost use $200 and outreach, and maybe not even work with all the registrars and just be your registrar. Who knows? So it's all those opportunities are out there, but those use cases can be very specific and tuned to your ccTLD and also your goals. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think it's a pretty long game of having an AI, because in some of the ccTLDs we just started talking about integrations, started talking about building APIs and the connections and so on. But what fascinates me is the use of AI in terms of getting things done faster. Let me quote an example here. I know a reseller who has a website and who has built a very great tool where a registrant just need to type his requirements. Let's say if I'm a photographer, I say I'm a photographer based out of India, I operate from Mumbai, and I have 20 years of experience, and so on. I give my information, what my business model is, and so on. And the AI would search for the database and give you suggestions with the domain names. So, as a registrant, you really don't have to think about the possibility of what domain name you can register, but it also gives you a possibility to find and filter a lot of domain names which are available globally. Also, adding to this, there are a lot of agents and AI bots which have been implemented by different hosting companies, who also allows you to get deeper into the market to search where this business would create more opportunities in terms of the rankings, in terms of the SEO, in terms of the positioning of a brand in particular place. So I think it's pretty useful in the future, but it still need a lot of information to be collected in order to how it can be placed in a very right position.
Thank you.
Thank you. A research was done in the past, and the results was if you have two persons, both of them have domains, and one has the domain only, the other one has a domain and a website, the retention rate of that person with the domain and a website is higher. If you look at a good number of domains that we have in our portfolio, you find, I would call it naked, just domain and email. When a client has got a website, when the domain expires, they're in a hurry to renew it, because all the work that has been done is going to be lost. So what I see in terms of AI is it's easier today, especially for the young people. Again, I'm repeating that the vast majority of our population is young, available. If you use a tool like Gemini or Claude Code, within few moments, you can make a functional, SEO optimized, mobile-friendly website that you can give it to someone else. Okay, you can sell it. So I see the advent of AI leading to increasing availability of websites on the net. Another experience that we've seen is for cases where we have the website builders, the Wix, the Weebly's, the Squarespaces of this world. Most of our customers, because we see them using it, they use it for the first year and then they never renew it. The culture is they don't want the annual payments. I see AI, after you've made it, if you know a little how to maintain it, okay, you don't even need to know much. It means you technically have free websites. So the idea here is necessity is the mother of invention. If we have awareness in terms of our youth about the potential that is available in the cyberspace, I see a vast majority of our young people being creative. The combinations we have for the domain extensions, we learned yesterday there are over 1,500 extensions. So you can be as creative as you can. Simply write one line in Claude and tell it, I have this acronym. For example, the way I asked the BF, give me all possible combinations in my business, and then search from this database of domains. Tell me which one can be blah, 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 giving me the kind of experience that you want. So that we stop moving away from the .coms. .coms are, I would say, they are all occupied. The best name that you can get for .com, it's difficult to get, I think, under 7 characters. But all these other ones, there are so many. So I see a lot of creativity coming up with the help of AI to help you to explore your mind to the best that you can.
Thank you, Raj. And I can't say no to Grace. The last question from Rwanda.
Yeah, it's just about. Okay, my name's Grace. I represent the Registry of Rwanda.rw. So my question goes to him on what he just spoke about AI tools. Which one will you recommend to ccTLDs in Africa in terms of knowing the value of names? If it is a 2-character, if it is a 1-character, how do we know premium names that we can put out for sale? Any tool that you can recommend? You spoke about Cloud, you spoke about Gamma, but any recommendation, even from the rest of the team?
Thank you.
My experience is Cloud Code does a very good job. The problem is most people think because it's the paid plan, most of us don't want to pay it. Then the next best one is, of course, ChatGPT. And even better is Gemini. Gemini has got very generous token free allowance. So play around with those things. I've tried them. They're very creative. And I think all our young people need to know is that, especially for Google, it's free, technically. If someone gives you 1 million context window and you are available, it means just think. Then they can explore the space. My belief personally is, for Africa, this is our time. We are going to see very creative things coming out. I don't see it in the next 1 year. I see it in the next few weeks. Because the truth is, there's a lot of poverty and unemployment. These are the things that we require to catalyze growth and creativity.
I can add something very quickly to that. Beyond the tools, I think the prompts really matter. So what we've done with .cv is we've looked at what over the last 10, 20 years people have defined as premium domain names and the kind of nuances they use. Okay, is it like short words, long words, locations, places, etc. And then we now added some extra things that were not possible before, but is now possible now. Trends, for example, one day everybody woke up and we saw OpenClaw. So that day, openclaw.tv becomes an important domain, which the day before it wasn't. How do you practically identify that? So we built a very big prompt that we continue to improve, right? That also searches the web real time and kind of suggests, oh, this name could be premium, this name could be premium based on trends, right? And based on that, we're able to spot that. And if you want to use that, and then use that to, decide what's premium or, what people are likely to buy, even if you're not changing the prices, right? You could use that. I'm also happy to share what we've done with you. It doesn't hurt. It's best to share. Yeah.
Thank you. Stefan?
Well, I think I agree totally with him. It's on the prompts where it decides which exactly is the premium name. Like I mentioned before, I really don't have a lot of experience with the African ccTLDs, but from the global perspective, I would like to say that the tools like, for example, ChatGPT or Gemini, they really do the string search. It's like a monitoring thing where they find the strings with 2 characters or 3 characters, wherein we can decide which is like a premium one, and the best practice would be to just fiddle out with this the AI tools which are available in the market, and from the results we just need to build a good one which can be really implemented for ccTLDs.
Thank you. Aman?
One industry which I can suggest, a lot of companies, they are heavily investing in data centers, servers, anything around data, because data is the new currency. In the next 10-20 years, you will find data going to be very big. So if anything can be worked around data and related to keywords, prompts around data, so can be a big thing in the future.
Thank you very much. And of course, a reminder that AI is just a mirror of what it can scrape. It has not got that experience that all you have. So we are here to share that experience. And of course, there are gTLDs, many gTLDs that have done sunrises. And please, I would highly advise to rely on talking to each other, establishing further relationships with the registrars, with the registries, sharing that experience and learning from each other more than relying on just ChatGPT. And big thanks to all the registrars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just a quick group picture and with apologies, and then we will have the next session is coming quickly up.
In Africa that struggle with similar challenges or merely believe that they're sitting on a gold mine of data?
So with this transformation, we didn't just improve the quality of the data, but we unlocked meaningful intelligence because it powers the metrics and the trends that are published in the .za quarterly reports. And this offers clear visibility into the namespace activity. And for the regulator, it delivers deeper, more granular analytics, including registrar performance insights, comparative rankings, and emerging trends across the ecosystem. So in short, we began as a tangle with raw logs, and now it's trusted because we took a strategic resource, and one of that supports clear oversight, better decision making, and more responsive operations across the namespace. So who are we as Taita? Sorry, next slide. So we are a data engineering and analytics company with deep expertise in the domain registry. And we're supported by a broader portfolio of data-driven capabilities. But in the domain ecosystem specifically, we focus on secure on-premise solutions that turn complex operational logs into reliable intelligence. We don't compete with registry systems, but we are rather an add-on. We enhance them by helping registries extract real value from the data already at your fingertips. So the challenge is, have you ever looked at your data and physically cringed? Have you sat there or had that awkward conversation with a registrar or any other stakeholder because the numbers aren't aligning, they're misaligned? So when we began working with ZARC and Registry Africa, we faced many of these challenges. So what we did is that we find that they're mostly common across TLDs. So together with ZARC and Registry Africa, we had built an on-premise management information system. So establishing a unified data foundation for the registry. So the system ingests fragmented operational logs, and it cleans them and then reconstructs them to complete domain lifecycle histories and loads the validated data into a modern analytical warehouse. So this creates a single trusted source of truth for all the registry reporting. So on top of this foundation, we enabled automated standardized reporting through governed APIs and near real-time dashboards, delivering transparent intelligence on registrations, renewals, transfers, and registrar performance. This result is a unified intelligence layer that empowers stakeholders with faster, clearer, and more confident data-driven responses and decisions across the whole namespace.
So if we delve a bit into the architecture, at a high level, we structured the platform across, and you can go to the next slide, across 4 main architectural components. And each component has a clear responsibility and is isolated for security, scale, and performance. So the production server, and this is actually where the RSP works, is where the actual operational registry database lives. So alongside this, we then reconstruct a journal history. So we take those logs and we reconstruct it into a unified journal. From there, the data then flows into our MIS server. This is the core analytics environment, and it's where all the ETL pipelines are and where the data warehouse lives. This is also where data from different sources is aggregated. So if your billing data lives in a separate system from your registry data, it's really important that those come together. So that houses all the analytics. And then we have our data-driven intelligence services. So these leverage the warehouse data, but they actually add their isolated environments for advanced analytics. So here we run a service called BrandWatch, which is for DNS abuse and brand monitoring. We have a machine learning forecasting engine that forecasts revenue, renewals, and registrations. And we have a web analysis engine that actually assesses the namespace's health and utilization and content richness. So all of this intelligence is then surfaced through multiple user interfaces, from public-facing panels, which we'll show later, to registry internal panels, as well as other static reports. So if you go to the next slide, one thing that was really important to us was on-premise. So because we understand it was a core design principle, because as an analytics provider for a ccTLD, registry in a regulated environment, data sovereignty was really important. So this sensitive operational data and lifecycle data had to remain fully under control of the registry operator. So especially where there's regulators overseeing governance and compliance. So the architecture isolates these key functions and security to ensure full auditability, and this aligns with those governance expectations. So importantly, on-premise by design does not mean cloud excluded. It just means that because the system is self-contained and not dependent on any cloud providers, you're not subject to vendor lock-in, and you have full control over where this infrastructure should run. So to operationalize this architecture, we implemented a 9-stage end-to-end data pipeline, and this governs how the information moves through the system. So the first half of the pipeline can be summarized as data engineering integrity. We summarize it as capture, clean, transform, load, and verify. So data is generated by core registry systems such as billing platforms and domain logs. And from this, we construct our journals, which are reconstructed logs with strict source level validation, ensuring integrity from the outset. Here we work very closely with the operators to ensure that our rules align with the policies they have in place. So here data is clean and reconciled, and we apply the golden rule. Once validated here, the numbers are locked. Later stages cannot re-clean data. From there, data is extracted into staging and transformed to optimize performance through pre-computed metrics. And then it's finally loaded into our data warehouse, where more validation checks and integrity checks are enforced. The second half of the pipeline operationalizes the access and the value. This is API, access, visualize, and decide. All our data is standardized through a central API layer, and then secured via role-based gatekeeping, meaning that registrars, registries, and the public access data through a unified interface. From here, the outcome is not just reporting, but actionable intelligence, enabling predictive modeling, market analysis, compliance reporting, and confident data-driven decisions. So we can dive a little bit deeper into the architecture.
So stage 1 is where it's handled by our journal loader. So what we do is the role is to reconstruct and clean those chronological and make a chronological history of every domain and their life cycle events. So what we do is we extract the raw data from the log and live schema from the registry. Then we have our journal loader, which crunches and cleans and goes through this rule chain. And with this rule chain, what's behind it is that it does deep data cleaning and policy alignments, because we understand that there's registry-specific nuances where there's grace periods, and how transfer logic works. So we clean all of that, and then output is then a validated journal schema, which goes back into the registry database. And this becomes our trusted historical record to serve as the foundation for all our downstream analytics. Then our second step is the data warehouse loader. So with the data on the warehouse loader, which we integrate the data from across the registry. So this is where we take in the life cycle history from the journal. We take the live operational data from the registry and the financial records from the billing system. And then this data is then structured into a dimensional star schema. With the star schema, we combine the fact tables. And these talk about the registrations, the renewals, and the transfers. And then we have our dimensional data, which gives the business context of that, of who's the registrar, when did this take place, and also anything about the domain we can find. And then this warehouse is continuously refreshed in near real time, ensuring that analytic and reporting always reflects the latest registry updates. So currently we update it at 15 minutes, but we can take it down to 10 or 5 minutes if you like. We can make it as near real time as you like it to be.
From here, then, we go to the advanced analytics services. So the first one here is name server and web analysis. So because we have this foundation of the warehouse, we can then extend it to insights beyond the internal registries data. So name server queries classify all active domains based on their current DNS configuration. So it distinguishes between web active, email only, and park domains, as well as identifying misconfigured domains. From there, an ethically sampled subset of the live websites is then analyzed through content scraping, and with AI and machine learning, we then classify those commercial domains into industry sectors. So these enriched insights can then be integrated back into the warehouse as descriptive dimensions, adding real-world economic context to the namespace and significantly enhancing analytical depth. Then the next advanced analytics service we have is our AI-powered forecasting models. And this is designed to forecast domain renewal and registration behavior with a high degree of accuracy in order to help forecast revenue and for registrars to be able to top up in advance. So it begins by extracting rich historical data set from the warehouse. This combines lifecycle events, billing records, and web classification insights. We then apply a dual model approach, Sarimax to capture seasonal and macroeconomic trends, and random forest to model complex behavioral patterns. Accuracy is driven through deep feature engineering. So we incorporate factors such as domain age, transaction history, pricing, and registrar-specific customer behavior. Models are customized per registrar and retrained monthly, producing forecasts across monthly, quarterly, and annual horizons to support financial planning and operational strategy.
Then the final layer of the platform is focused on the business intelligence layer. And this is where we have our delivery, and we also have our secure access control behind it. So ensuring that the insights are both reliable and appropriately governed. So all the data is served through a central API gateway, where this standardizes query logic across dashboards and external applications. Then we have, sitting in front of it, our API gatekeeper. And with our gatekeeper, this enforces role-based security through 2 levels of authorization. First, validating both service access and the scope of data returned. So this enables a 3-tiered access model: full analytical visibility for internal teams, portfolio-specific data for registrars, and aggregated public stats for broader transparency. The result is secure, structured access to trusted registry insights at every stakeholder level. So what have we achieved? Well, bringing these layers together from foundational architecture through engineered data pipelines to advanced analytics and secure intelligence delivery, this platform represents far more than a reporting solution. It is transformation how registry data is governed, trusted, and operationalized. So through this journey, we saw measurable outcomes, reporting cycles from weeks to minutes, stakeholder alignment strengthened through a single source of truth, and entirely new analytical capabilities unlocked, from namespace utilization insights to renewal forecasting. So just as importantly, we gained critical implementation lessons, the value of locking data integrity early, designing for registry policy nuances, and embedding access governance from day one. If approached with the same problem again, we would invest even earlier in stakeholder data definitions, registrar engagements, and predictive feature engineering. So, importantly, this capability now forms also part of DNS Business's broader registry service model. As a registry service provider supporting multiple TLDs, we've embedded this analytical layer directly into new deployments, ensuring the data maturity and reporting capability are built in from day one. Ultimately, the value of this transformation is the best demonstrated through measurable insights it now enables. So to bring this to life, let's look at some of the key statistics and predictive indicators the platform now produces.
So what's on the screen now, and if you just press play, the video should start playing. So one back, but that is a video, the previous one. Otherwise, we'll have to look at the 3 charts. But this is actually the public stats page, and this one specifically is for Data Africa. But these are actually for every single one of DNS's operators. We have now implemented these stats as well. So it's a unified reporting layer, and they all get the same stats customized per operator's requirements. This has even been tested with a co.za deployment to see how easy it is to shift this over to different registry service providers. And once the journal table is built, the rest of the analytics gets plugged in as per usual. So this is live, transparent insight into namespace growth, registration trends, and overall activity. And this is accessible to anyone at any time. It represents the value that a data team can deliver when paired with a registry operator's openness and shared commitment to transparency, giving stakeholders clear and immediate visibility into the health and evolution of the TLD. The next page will show us the registry and registrar intelligence dashboards, and later the .za presentation will give you a little bit more insight, but for confidentiality reasons, the data shown now is blended across multiple registrars and operators. But in practice, every registrar has access to the same analytics filtered to their own portfolio. And these are just a few examples of the insights available. We track metrics such as retention rates, conversion rates, predictive forecasts, name trend analysis, and other key performance indicators. Additional confidential analytics that we could not show you today is benchmarking and cohort-based comparisons. So this measures a registrar in comparison with similarly sized registrars as well as registries across key performance metrics such as creates, retention, net growth, transfer activity, including where they are gaining domains from and who they are losing domains to. This leaderboard style approach really drives engagement from the registrars and encourages healthy competition, and it provides registrars with clearer visibility into their relative performance in the ecosystem. The value is that it moves stakeholders from static reporting to proactive portfolio management. This enables smarter commercial decisions and stronger performance oversight. If we go to the next one, it's a little bit of a different dashboard. All of the statistics you saw earlier were from the data warehouse and built for long-term aggregation and strategic reporting. But this dashboard, the one on the left, operates a little bit differently. It runs in real time. So instead of waiting for the batch processing to happen, we compute metrics directly from the live EPP message stream. So as create, update, transfer, renew, and delete commands flow through the registry, we update in-memory counters and sliding windows instantaneously, so we can surface throughput, latency, and traffic patterns in seconds. And because this happens before warehouse rollups, the dashboard reflects the current operational state, not yesterday's summary. Spikes and behavioral shifts or saturation can be detected immediately, and alerts can be sent to DevOps teams, while historical data continues flowing into the warehouse for investigation later. The result is proactive performance monitoring and informed capacity planning, analytics that are embedded directly into the operational fabric of the registry.
Next slide. So, while we're proud of what we've built so far, this platform is very much evolving, and currently in development is our extended web analytics capabilities. So designed to provide deeper insights into how domains within the namespace are actually being utilized, and at the same time how web services are performing across multiple industries. So this moves us closer to understanding not just registration activity, but also the real digital utilization and what's happening in the economy. And then in parallel, we have Brandwatch. Our Brandwatch service is progressing through pilot and beta testing, including collaboration with registrar partners. Brandwatch is a registry-level brand conflicts detection and monitoring service designed to strengthen brand protection within the namespace. Its role is to identify potentially conflicting domain registrations and also continuously monitor new domain registrations against protected brand names. and provides structured intelligence to registrars and protection partners so that the appropriate legal or policy channels can be pursued. And beyond just strengthening brand protection, this unlocks a new commercial model for registries and registrars. And what excites us the most is that these capabilities are not isolated. These are extensions of scalable analytical foundations. A new TLD deployment and registry partnerships emerge. This structured dotted layer, it can be embedded from the outset. So ensuring that transparency, forecasting and intelligence are built in and they're not retrofitted for just that specific namespace. So the journey continues, but the direction is clear. Deeper insights, stronger governance and smarter namespace growth. Next slide, please. So none of this would be without our strong collaboration. So from our perspective at Taito, this was never simply a technical delivery, it was a closer partnership, particularly with DNS Business, who played a central technical role in aligning registry infrastructure, operational systems, and analytical integration from the ground up. So with ZARC and Registry Africa as a registry operator, they provided the real-world environment, the governance framework, and the live namespace data that allowed this capability to be built, tested, and demonstrated. So the operational context gave substance to the architecture you've seen today. So each party contributes something distinct. DNS Business, ensuring stable and secure registry operations. ZARC and Registry Africa, providing stewardship and operational oversight. And Taito, us designing and engineering the data architecture and intelligence layer. So together we didn't just build dashboards, we embedded a sustainable data capability, one that not only strengthens in ZA namespace and .Africa, but also provides a replicable model for how other TLDs can treat data as a strategic asset. So, next slide please. We started with fragmented logs and reporting pressure, but we ended with structured intelligence and predictive capability and a data foundation built for scale. So, but more importantly, we demonstrated that registry data doesn't have to be a compliance burden, it can be a strategic advantage. So this journey shows what's possible with data that is treated deliberately, engineered properly, and governed responsibly. And if you're looking at your own logs and your own data and thinking there might be a better way, we're very happy to have that conversation. We're developers at heart, and we really love solving these type of problems. Thank you.
Any questions? Data is, can we use the word sexy for us? Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Helmut. Well done, guys. I would encourage anyone, if you're a ccTLD, a reseller, a registrar, anyone that's dealing with large amounts of domain name data, to please speak to the Taito guys, because the contribution they made to .za and .Africa is phenomenal and it can't be quantified. So they really added a lot of value. They've learned a lot during the process. I don't really have a question, but I certainly want to give you guys a shout out. Anyone that is, it doesn't just have to be registries, because I know that's where you started, but registrars and resellers can certainly benefit from the lessons learned here and the progress they've made in terms of data engineering when it comes to our industry. So again, well done guys, this was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Who of the ccTLDs would love to see the data like that? Yes? Who would like to see data like that? So, have you had meeting? Yes, with Grace. And you have had your meeting. Who else? Let us arrange a few meetings for the guys. These are no commitment meetings. So there is a gentleman back there. And which registry are you from? Sorry? You can stand up and introduce yourself. Even better.
Thank you. I'm from .bi, from Burundi. Yeah.
Okay, let us help also the young team and dear ccTLDs. With Taito, you get direct friendship with DNS Africa and .za and .Africa. and Kenya as well. So you will have amazing friends. Who else wants to arrange a quick meeting? I know maybe it doesn't look too professional, but this is efficient. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, and thank you very much. And the next presentation is, where is our domain broker? And yes, let us see. Where is our domain broker? We have a story of a domain broker. Yes, and the next. Also, quick reminder. So we have few sessions. Then we will have lunch. We'll have 2 more discussions after the lunch. The discussions, again, are made in a way that nobody's teaching anyone. We are here to share experience, and then it is all to prepare you to ask your questions. And at 4 o'clock, we have a surprise prepared. We have a band of traditional African dancers. Traditional. Nothing, not beautiful and in different ways, consisting of 12 people. It will be here. Of course, have your meetings. And now, the next session, Roland.
Thank you, Klaus. Hello, everyone. My name is Roland. I work for a small company called Domain Convo. And of the value chain, right, in the domain space, there's something I've not heard since we came here yesterday. Domain broker. I've heard registrant, registrar, investors, and all that. And I've been doing brokerage now for like 8 years. And I think we need more people, more Africans, more people that look like me, that speak like me. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Since the computer is freezing, please, 1 minute. Okay. So this, I don't know, but it's AI.com I'm talking about. We've all heard about the news a couple of weeks ago. AI.com sold for 70 million. I'm sure that's the largest reported domain for now. And everybody's talking about the guy who sold it, who's made a lot of money. People talk about the guys who bought it, but nobody's talking about the guy who brokered it. And that's just what I want to show you guys, that there's an opportunity in brokerage. So if you came here looking for what to do around the domain space, brokerage is something you might just consider. You understand? When I go for events outside the country, most I'm the only black guy, and I just want more people like me to come. Yeah. So the question of who brokered it. So this, I'll show you a picture now. I wish I co-brokered it, but this is the guy, Larry, wonderful guy in the brokerage space. He brokered it, and don't ask me how much, right? But come to think of it, let's say 10% of the amount. Is that bad? You know what 10% of 70 million is? $7 million. Okay, let's say 5%. What's that? 3.5. Let's say 2.5%. 1.75. For an African, right? I changed the $100 downstairs yesterday, and they gave me over 1,000 Kenyan shillings. So that means $1,000
in Kenya is over 1 million Kenyan shillings, right? Oh, okay, sorry, 100,000. Back in my country, it's even worse. In Nigeria, if you have $1,000, it's over 1 million naira. You understand? So I think the dollars will do more here than if you are living in the US. Yeah, I just want to, set the perspectives right. So this is the big picture. Over 370 million domain names registered globally. Not websites, not businesses built, just domain names. And the global aftermarket for domains is projected to be around 30 billion within the next 10 years. So, yeah, I know a lot of money will come into that. People are buying, people are selling. But I want to tell you there is opportunity. I started as a domain investor back in the days. Yeah, it changed my life, but I was tying down capital. When I started Brokerage, we all can do brokerage, right? Maybe I'm speaking to just 1 or 2 persons here. But I want to tell you there are opportunities in this place, in this space. So this is the main thing I want to bring out today. Seeing domain names as asset class. Many of us in Africa, we still look at domain names as, is it not that thing I can buy for $10? Why are you telling me it should be $100,000? I've spoken to bank CEOs here in Africa, back home in my country, and they will tell you, no, we can't buy this for 50,000. It's too expensive. So until you start thinking yourself as a domain person, you start thinking as this as an asset class, just the way you have gold, the way you have silver, and many of these asset classes, we may not be in the right place to do the big businesses. So you see that across the globe, it's a multi-billion-dollar global asset class, rapid African digital growth, but no structural brokerage system, especially in Africa. And like I said, maybe some people doing $100, $200, but the opportunities are quite massive. And this has created a big vacuum. And you know that in markets, when you have vacuum, it's an opportunity for massive fortune. I just gave an example of the $70 million deal. Not all deals will be that big, but if you can make an extra $1,000, probably every month or every week, it's not bad. So my question is simple. Will Africa own its own position in this asset class, or watch others broker our digital destiny? So the thing is this, even for the big names that have been transacted in Africa, most times the brokers are not here. They are from North America. And that has to change. Yeah, because what I just see many people come into the domain space trying to do, they want to start a registrar, which is quite expensive. They want to be domain investors. But you need capital, and that area is overcrowded, so to speak. So this is it. This is the opportunity I see. Africa can start exporting brokerage. And when Africans hear this, the next thing you're thinking of, maybe I need to move to the UK, I need to move to the US. You don't need to move anywhere. You don't need to move anywhere. So for us, we can broker deals for US unicorns, EU portfolios, Asia founders across the globe. And the catch is this, for us Africa, it's low overhead. You just have your internet and the knowledge you've got. I imagine deals, if you get, you can just start somewhere, then maybe later on you can go for the premium ones. Even the old, our own country codes, names, we need brokers to do it. And all you just need to do is just to play the middleman. You see a company, so most times you say, this company, it will be good for this company to have this. That's an opportunity. You see a CEO that you think, okay, they have the .com, and let's say the .ke, they don't own it. You can just, arrange to meet them or to do an email or to have a conversation why they should also own the .ke for maybe to strengthen their brand. And the global leverage too, like I told you, you earn in USD, and I think we can do a lot of good with it here. So the game plan is this, and my advice before I take my seat is number one, for you to play in this space, you need to understand domaining. That's very important. You need to understand what you're talking about. When you approach someone or you send an email, they send you a question and you can't answer it. It's not the best. And a good way to do that is understanding valuation, keyword strength, the commercial intent, and a community, like this. Number two, if you want to take a picture of it, I have a full list at the end. Number two, you need to master negotiation. There's no doubt about it. You need to understand the values, the sales, the persuasion, patience. I was telling someone, was it yesterday, that I've got deals in the pipeline that's been there for over 5 years. You understand? Maybe the guy keeps getting your emails and he's not even responding. But I will know, from my CRM that he's reading it. And with the email system, we just keep pushing. And someday, something happens and they reach out to you. I remember a particular occasion, there's this company in New York. We approached them that they should get a .com of their name. And they've got deep pockets, obviously. But the fact that they have deep pockets doesn't mean they will buy from you, right? So we approached them, and the seller at the time was asking for 70,000 euros. We got the price to 30,000 euro, and we're like, okay, pull the trigger, let's do it. Just like we're 99% done, the CEO was like, 30,000 euro? Roland, that's a lot. I followed up 2 times. I don't do more than 2 times. I did 2 times, and they wouldn't buy. So I kept my cool. 6 months after, the CEO himself, his PA, were sending me emails. Like, Roland, let's get on the call. I was in transit at the time. I was wondering what was going on. And so I'll shorten the story. This is what happened. They had this investor in the Middle East who had promised to, send, them mail when he's ready to invest and all that. A lot of money was coming in. And so let's say, I can't disclose the name. Let's say the name is XYZ. So this investor just assumed that they should be on xyz.com because, they're big name, in North America and all that. So I think they were using .io at the time. So this guy kept sending emails. So it's like me sending email to Bob at xyz.com, thinking that it will get to him. So for like 4 or 5 months, these people now met in person. And this CEO was like, sir, you didn't come up again. We've been sending you emails. You guys were not responding. We're ready with the funds, blah, 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 blah. And the PA now told him, this is what Roland was telling you about. You keep losing emails because you don't have your best, your brand's best, name. And so they were after me, and well, like, Roland, we're ready for 30,000 euro right away. We are ready. So I went back to the owner. I submitted an offer, the 30,000. I said, we are ready. The guy didn't reply. I knew he read my mail, but he didn't reply. So this guy came back. We're ready to pay. I said, this guy is not responding. What do I do? It's not my name. So he said, in this case, what do you do? We said, we can just increase. So I did 32. Nothing happened. This guy was now desperate. Long story short, we went back and forth over a period of 3 months. Guess where we stopped? I had to tell them we need to stop. These offers are becoming too crazy. Yeah, I want the commission, but it didn't just make sense. We got to 1.6 million euro. I can show you after this on my phone. 1.6 million euro. I just told this guy, no way. Just wait. As I speak with you, it's still there. You understand? So the opportunities are there. You are so shocked. The opportunities are there, but you need to understand that patience is key. Read all the books, all the Cardenas books, all you can read on sales and persuasion if you want to have an edge, in this. Leverage psychology and all that. Next slide, please. Start local, collaborate globally. Yeah, you're in Nairobi, you're in Lagos, you're in Accra. You can start from there. You can start from the companies around. You can start from the small businesses with the .ke and all that. Another thing you need to do, you need to collaborate globally. Now, what I did was just something like this. I started in my environment and started building networks. So you want to attend conferences like this. You want to attend global conferences. I tell you from experience, it's easier for me. Maybe there's a name that I'm working on with someone, and there's a big domain broker who is exclusively handling the brokerage of the name. It's easier for me to, haven't met maybe the guy, or just like someone like this picture I showed you. I send a text, and like, how much is so.com on WhatsApp? And the guy replied, Roland, you have someone that wants to buy it? Okay, we want 1.2. But trust me, the guy will take 800. That's easier, right? Than doing emails. Because the guy doesn't even know you. But how will you meet those people? It's going to be at events. You understand? So that's very important. You need to know the registrars. That's why you come here. You need to know the portfolio holders, and that is it. Number 4, you need to pick a niche. You need to start somewhere. Don't say I brokerage for everything. No. You can start with the gTLDs, or the ccTLDs, or you just want to focus on startup acquisitions. Start somewhere. And the next one, you need to operate professionally. You will not send email from a Gmail and they'll take you seriously. You understand? You can just, you need to register a domain and let it be, if your name is John at so.com for a start. You understand? Or even if it's local, you can start with a .ke, So you just understand, operate professionally, understand escrow. Nobody's going to send money to your account. You can trust me, you can trust me, you can trust me. Or you say, like I've heard someone say, I'm a pastor, you can trust me. I say, oh, that makes it even worse. So when you tell me you're a pastor, I'll run away. You understand? You got to be professional. There should be structure and advisory too. So what I've discovered as a domain broker is that most time it's not even about closing the deal. You are also educating the people. Most of these guys don't know. I've had a CEO, popular CEO in Africa here, who told me, yeah, but does it really matter and all that? So I have to sit him down like a kindergarten student and teach him. Was like, wow, I never knew. And the good thing with domain industry, just like any other field, is that there are certain things you know. They are so common knowledge. And you feel everybody out there knows it. It's a lie. I remember when I started, I was speaking with a senior, domain broker. I think one of the top 4 in the world now. And we got talking. And I'm like, so why should I do this? Everybody knows this. I said, Roland, do you think everybody knows it? The fact that you know it does not mean everybody knows it. I was like, wow. So with this knowledge, I can make a lot of money. They don't know. Even the tech CEOs, many of them don't know. They're just busy building. You understand? So it's important. And the one I want to mention, and I can talk about this for the next 30 minutes, is the credibility aspect. Yeah, if you're on the buyer side, please be on the buyer side 100%. Don't tell the seller we can make. His budget is $400,000. So You've agreed to 200. You can add an extra 100. You give me the rubbish. Don't do it. Because at the end of the day, the bulk of your business will come from these returning clients. Trust me. When it comes to acquiring domain names, you are the only guy they're thinking about. Don't do it. I remember there was a time we had a situation where this guy budgeted something really big, and we got the stuff for half the price. And someone close to me was like, "No, let's increase it." I said, "No. Now this same guy has brought us business more than 4 times now, and the business gets bigger every year. So if I have those ones and I don't even have new people in the pipeline, I'm good." You understand? So credibility is very important. So the thing is this, my vision, and I hope I'm able to inspire someone in this room today, my vision is that the best of domain name brokers, the best of domain brokerage companies will not only come from New York, San Francisco, Miami, Florida, London, Paris, or where have you. They should come from Lagos, my Lagos, your Nairobi, Cairo, Kigali, Accra, Dhaka, Casablanca, Cape Town. And don't feel bad if I didn't mention your town or your state or your country. You can put it here. Yeah, and I tell you, listen. Yeah, so that I don't say I didn't mention. You can just fill in the gap. Because at the end of the day, the opportunities are there. So the question is not about the opportunities. The question is, would you be part of those who make this deal happen? And I can tell you from experience, I haven't brokered 7 deals, 8 deals combined, that 1% can change your life. You don't need 10%. As an African, you will live like a king. I'm telling you. I know you want to get the visa, you want to run. Back in my country, we call it jackpot. That means you want to escape and you want to go. But most of these guys that go there, they just do menial jobs, break their back. They are not having a good life. That's why when they send you $100, they've sent you sweat and blood. You understand? But from here, you will use time less than the one you're using on social media. You understand? So I can go on, but I just want to inspire one person to know that it's possible. Thank you for your time. I'll take maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Roland. And so before we go to the questions, and after that we'll have a presentation by Neil, I have to say that the domain brokerage is really, really different. AI is everywhere the same. Running ccTLDs is different. We know that European ccTLDs and African ccTLDs are totally different. European and American brokers work as lone rangers. Even if they belong to the houses of CEDO or of some others, they rely only on themselves. From my recent visit in China, we did Domain Summit Asia. Those broker houses are totally different. They have teams of, in average, 20 people, that's their sweet spot. 20-25 people sitting, working as a team, sharing profits, all of them, and working only with the local market. And those are the people who deliver lots and lots of sales. So, now, what are your questions? Roland, please. And if you could stand up and introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, that's better. Thank you very much to our presenter, Mr. Ronald. He was just right here next to me for since yesterday. And since the question has now come up, what factors do you consider in the pricing? Because one, as you've seen, one goes for $70 million, and that's the one that you are told it's known publicly, but others still go for a few thousands, others for hundreds and things of the such. So could you kindly break down the factors that make pricing go high, go low, or even maybe you give it for free sometimes if that's the scenario? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. So there's no one-size-fits-all answer to that. But what I can say is this. That's why in my point, the first thing is you want to soak up the domain community. You understand? Then another thing is trend. Like now AI is trending. So I think the guy who sold it made a smart move. You understand? I remember when it was .io. You know, if you had a .io, then you were making a lot of money. .io is still there, but it has nosedived. So trend is something important. Then the utility. If you check and you see a particular keyword, and you have, let's say, 65 domain extensions registered for a particular keyword. You look at another keyword, you've got 600 extensions registered. You look at another domain, just 2 extensions registered. That tells you something. You understand? Then comparative sales too matters. You need to compare. Okay, 4 character, 5 character .ke names that were sold the past few years. I think namesbio.com is a very good tool for that. You know, so all these things matter. Then the market too dictates it. I mean, we've seen cases where a domain, just like this 1.6 million euro one I told you. I mean, the name, in my own opinion, I might be wrong, the name is nowhere close to $100,000 in value. But this guy was ready to pay 1.6 million. You know why? Because he actually lost what was more than, I'm sure, $100 million. You understand? And I want to beg domain investors here, don't, enough of unrealistic expectations. I mean, some people show me their name and say, Roland. I say, yeah, I can even buy this one for you for $2,500. They say, no. Voice.com sold for $30 million. I want to sell it for like $10,000. I say, all the best. And they come back maybe a year after, the guy needs money, he wants to sell it for $500. So don't have, you know, unreal. Just make your profit and move on. I mean, the AI.com guy, yeah, AI is getting bigger, but probably if he keeps it for the next 10 years, AI may be everywhere, and the guys who wanted to buy it at 70 million may even not need it again. So many factors, but just get in the industry and soak it up. See?
Thank you. The next question. Yeah. Anyone? Yes. Excellent. Thank you. And if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Judy. I work for an American domain brokerage, Snagged. So I'm a bit familiar with what Roland is talking about. So my question for today is, I agree that domain brokerage works well within local communities or local markets, as what you've said about the domain summit in Asia. But what if you want to expand and collaborate globally? USA and Europe collaborate very well because US dollars and euros, there's not much difference. But what if I'm an African, I want to collaborate with somebody in Europe or do domain brokerage outside Africa? Do you think there is an opportunity that can be discovered which can maybe go beyond the currency gaps that we have?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, smart question. So by the way, you know, your guy, Snagged.com, is a good friend. We're in Vegas together. She told me you were going to attend. I should look out for you. Yeah, so the thing is this, collaboration is key. Most of these names you see, they announce, it's not just a one-man deal. You may not hear many names behind it, right? Okay, you may not hear many names. I remember there were these two deals I brought in for a senior domain broker, and the announcement went all around, but I don't like being in the spotlight. He got all the accolades, but I made more money than him. You understand? I made more money than him, and he's in America. So what I'm saying is this: locally you can start, but don't let the local market in Africa limit you. That's why I said you can stay here and broker, just be professional about how you do it. You don't need to move to America. If it means you registering an LLC for them to see that, okay, you're credible and all that, you don't need to move to America to have a company in America, right? You don't need to move to America to have an American phone number that you can get OTPs and all that. Yeah, anything that would just help the trust level. You understand? So collaboration is key. You know someone in CEDO and the name is on CEDO, you can reach out to the guys there. You need help with maybe you're in Ethiopia and the other guy is in South Africa. You guys talk to each other. Look at the dot Africa man is here. What else do you need? You understand? So that is the way it works. So for starters, I would say start locally, but the global. Okay, now let me shock you. 99.9, I'll say 99% of all the deals I've done has been in Europe and the US, the North America. I can mention some companies I've done deals for, popular companies. Is it that there aren't Americans who could have done that? I don't know. Maybe the Americans didn't take advantage of it. So I've proven it. I go to America often, but I don't need to move there. I didn't need to move there. Do you understand? So it's possible.
Thank you. And just before I go to the next question, I can mention that recently in one of the, now I need to be careful, there was a single letter deal for 100+ million. That's in Munir's region. That's in MENA. And could you please once again stand up, introduce yourself, and maybe name top 10 domains out of your head that you would broker. Like, you really need to know this company.
I work for Snagged, SNAGED. It's an American domain brokerage. The founder is Rob Shads. If anyone is interested in domain brokerage and have heard of Snagged, you can reach out. I'll connect you. The top domains out from the top of my head is .com, .ai. Domains that we have brokered. Oh, okay. /.com last year. That went for about almost $1 million. And then there is monarch.com. Yeah, mid to high 6 figures. And then there is nourish.com that went for about 1.2 million. And then, okay, those are the ones that I can remember. The other ones, they fall under low to mid 6 figures that we have done. Yeah, we did about 400 deals last year.
Absolutely, and I would highly encourage to check the website. Their inventory is insane and the design is beautiful. Absolutely awesome. Any more questions to Roland? Yes.
Yes, my name is Davis Oidaka. I sit on the board of Kenik, the marketing side, digital. So first of all, I think I'm a business person, so I'm very happy to have this conversation, and I think everyone here is very appreciative. So as a domain broker, of course there are two sides. There is the domain investor, and there is the buyer, who could also be another domain investor. What is your experience in terms of the people who have the money to buy the domains and their ability to sell those domains? So what I'm saying is, really, what is the gap for the domain brokerage? If you have, say, $100,000 to start the domain investment business, from your experience, how much does this person need a domain broker, Or can they just get into the sea and try to sell their domains without brokerages?
Yeah, so different, from my experience, different things happen. I know of this top domain investor in America. I've met him in person in conference a couple of times. If you come to him, so let's say you need a name that he owns, so you come to me, then I approach him. Once he knows I'm a broker and not the end user, he will not even respond. Yeah, you know why he wouldn't do that? He just feels brokers are not trustworthy. They're gonna add, to it. Yeah, you understand. So he just wants to relate directly. And most of these buyers they don't even know how to go about it. I mean, okay, you see a name you like, you go to, you visit, you try to browse. I mean, you type it on your browser, and it says this domain name is for sale. Fill this form or contact this email. That's pretty straightforward. But there are so many names you see, and I mean, you know the name is taken, but you check, and the website is blank. So some say, oh, you go to Whois. You go there, you see a privacy. You can't read the person. It's people like us that can read the person. That's why you come to us. So some guys will not allow for domain brokers. Some maybe you persuade them over time, and that's why you need to have the collaboration. Yeah, I've seen people who say, oh, they will not allow for broker. They say, okay, but Roland, yeah, I know you. So what's going on? You understand? And they know you don't want to come back to them and do some dirty things. You're just strictly on the side of the buyer. So you've got different scenarios. Sometimes you go to a particular name and it says this domain name is not for sale. Sometimes you even go there, and this has happened to me many times, and you see an active website on it. Yeah, but we've got to make a case. And sometimes if they've got deep pockets, they buy it with the whole thing. So there are just so many things. Just try what's possible.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you. And my last remark is, dear, especially going to the registries, please respect that the most of the main investors, even though they have huge portfolios, they are not profitable. Many of them, this is an addiction, like gambling. From my personal side, so as you know, we own, to be able to promote the main summit to all of you and beyond, I own half of the world's oldest domain name forums. DN Forum, ICANN Domains, the oldest UK forum. We have bought and resurrected the oldest German, French domain name forums. I know these people. Most of them are not profitable. Most of them lose money. Many of them are unable. Recently, there were two huge... can we please stop recording video? Oh, okay. Many of them are unable to attend even relatively local conferences just because they need to pay the rent. And some of them even go further. They take short, quick loans with high interest rates to do the renewals. Please look after. They are very, very sensitive. And quite often, really, you need to please take care of your domain investors who get lots and lots of business. And if you saw it as a car salesperson, you have a client who buys 1 car a year. Then you have a company who would buy 3 cars a year. Domain investor comes, and they will have portfolios of 1,000, 2,000 domains. Once they love a ccTLD, once they will sell 1 ccTLD domain, they will buy at least 100 to 200 domains immediately as a replacement. They are the ones that can bring you lots and lots of numbers. And once again, Martin, 300,000 domains. He is profitable. One of the rare ones. And thank you. And the next, it is my absolute pleasure. And Neil Dundas. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Roland, it was an inspirational talk. You gave us some good insights into the aftermarket, the domain aftermarket environment. Some interesting things there. Yeah, you can see that's a photo from a few years ago. That's not how I look today, but nonetheless. So my name is Neil Dundas. I'm the co-CEO of the ZA Registry Consortium. That is the registry operator for the ZA commercial domain spaces. I think it's important just to clarify that the South Africa works a bit differently to other ccTLDs in Africa. We have a structured second level domain space. So all our activity happens in the second levels, in co.za, org.za, net.za. Nothing happens in the top level domain. So all the stats and progress and performance I'm going to give you in the second level domains is indicative of the ccTLD's performance. And I just want to thank the organizers. This was a fantastically organized event. This is really a step up from, I think, what we've seen in the past, and hopefully it continues going into the future. Right, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to share a high-level executive overview of the commercial second-level domains within .za, the South African ccTLD, and how ZARC, that's my company, has built one of Africa's most stable and successful namespace models. This year we celebrate 32 years of co.za, a milestone that reflects both the heritage and resilience of our second-level domains in .za. You can please change the slide. Okay, so let's start with positioning. In terms of the performance of its SLDs, the ZA ccTLD is amongst the largest ccTLD in Africa, amongst the highest in renewal and retention performance, and one of the oldest continuously operating namespaces on the continent. This combination of retention and longevity and size reflects not just volume, but sustained economic participation and institutional stability. Next slide. Our success is not accidental. It's intentional, and it is built on a deliberate model of 5 pillars: technical stability, responsible governance, commercial sustainability, continuous innovation, which is an important one for us, and strong registrar relationships. What I'll show you in the next few slides is how some of these pillars translate into measurable outcomes for the registry. Next slide. Okay, so let's get into some of the meat. Oh, sorry, I'm standing in your way here. So over the past 12 months, we managed approximately 1.43 million domains. At the end of January 2026, that was 1.43 million. We achieved moderate but steady annual growth of 2%. And that's not bad considering a lot of our contemporaries in Europe and in Africa, some in Africa, have seen decline in growth over the last few years. I know in particular some of the European ccTLDs are struggling at the moment with retention and growth. And so we're quite proud of that stable 2% growth rate that we've seen. January 2026 marked a new all-time high for our registry. So we're seeing these all-time highs every single month. So it's not something that comes now and then, but we seem to be breaking the upper barrier of our performance on a regular basis. And then one of the things we're quite proud about is that our renewal rates remain at approximately 81%, which benchmarks and aligns very, very well with mature namespaces internationally. So these stats reflect structure, retained growth, and not speculative spikes. We don't see a lot of speculation and up and downs. Some of the movement is seasonal, but generally you're seeing structured, retained, and sustainable growth in our namespaces. And that gives me, leads me on to the theme of stability, which remains our utmost priority, and we want to try and avoid rapid volatility in our namespace. Next slide. Okay, so as I said before, domain retention is one of the strongest indicators of namespace health. Over the past 12 months, we've had 1.12 million renewals that have been processed in the registry. Renewal rates remain stable around 81%, as I've mentioned before, and that aligns well with international benchmarks. And then something that we're quite proud about is that our 13-month conversion rate is steady at approximately 56%. So that's the ability to convert a new create to a renew within 13 months. And we're roughly 56% there. And that compares pretty well with other mature and established namespaces. These metrics indicate sustained commercial usage and long-term digital identity commitment by our customers, but specifically the South African internet public. In essence, trust in our namespace, particularly co.za, remains very, very strong. Next slide. Okay, so as I've said, co.za has now operated for more than 32 years. We currently have about 206 names. In fact, that's slightly incorrect. It's just over 400 names that are now have been active for over 3 decades, 30 years. The average domain age is just under 7 years in our registry, and the median age is nearly 5 years. These are all strong indicators of namespace maturity. Mature namespaces reflect sustained economic use, stable infrastructure, and policy continuity. And it certainly avoids short-term domain cycles. Next slide. Yeah. Our domain lifecycle behavior remains predictable and stable. Over the past year, we have processed approximately 269,000 deletes, and 93% of these deletes are expiry-driven, so natural lifecycle expiry-driven deletes, and not any haphazard or anomaly type of deletes that we see. Average deleted domain name age is around 3 years, so well under the average age on the registry itself. And it's important to note that churn in our namespace, that's the deletes and the decline and the growth, is normalized and seasonal. It's not systemic. And this demonstrates a functional, economically rational domain lifecycle rather than instability. Next slide. Looking at our registrar partners, the ZA commercial SLDs are supported by a strong registrar ecosystem. 551 accredited registrars, all integrated by EPP. Approximately 80% of these are locally based in South Africa, and the top 10 registrars account for roughly 79% of the total domain base. This reflects both depth and concentration, which is typical of mature domain name markets. Importantly, the domain name ecosystem remains competitive and active. You're not going to be wanting for channel partners and people to assist you with value-added services and domain registrations. New slide. Our namespace demonstrates increasing operational sophistication. In 2025 alone, we've seen 31,000 re-registrations that occurred, and nearly 50% of these happened within 72 hours. In fact, a significant portion of that 50% happened within seconds of deletion. So we're seeing a very, very strong automated behavior emerging in the South African namespace, and this is growing an active aftermarket participation, which I think speaks to what Roland mentioned earlier. There's definitely that element in our domain ecosystem that is growing. We'd love to know what the aftermarket sales and that is, but drop catching is certainly on the up. The presence of structured drop catching behavior signals commercial maturity and liquidity within our namespace. Next slide. Okay, activity trends continue to reflect strong small and medium enterprise participation in South Africa. In the period, the last 12 months, so that's January to January, we registered over 300,000 new registrations. January 2026, again, a record month for us in terms of January performance. We had 30,000 new registrations in January alone. And again, widespread participation in those crates, not single registrars that are contributing towards that. Keyword trends in new domain registrations remain business orientated in terms of names like group, solutions, and tech. And this reinforces that ZA remains a core digital identity platform for South African small businesses and medium businesses. Next slide. Okay, so looking ahead in 2026, our priorities remain measured and responsible. We expect moderate, sustainable growth. Our focus areas are going to be improving retention efficiency, which is something that I know people before us have spoken about. Retention efficiency is very important. Continued DNS abuse mitigation, DevOps and operational modernization, and then also regional collaboration across the African DNS community. Our goal is not rapid expansion, but stable and responsible development. And we believe that if we do that long enough, we will see rapid growth in our namespace. And something like a milestone like 2 million names, 2.5 million names is not within our reach in the short term, but certainly in the medium to long term, we think we can achieve that goal. As we celebrate more than 30 years, sorry, last slide. As we celebrate more than 30 years of continuous operation, our focus remains on stability, trust, and responsible growth. The ZA commercial SLDs continue to demonstrate that African ccTLDs can operate at world-class levels whilst remaining locally accountable and successful. Thank you for all your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions if time permits, but I know you've got lunch very, very soon. So, Thank you.
And the time for questions. Thank you. Who had the question? Yes.
So thank you, Neil, for a good presentation. My question is just quick. Can you tell us about the journey to 1 million? Is it a journey of 10 years or 30 years? And what did you do exactly to be there?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I would need to reflect on exactly the timings around that. But certainly for us, that the amount that stands out as a milestone was 100,000 names. The 100,000 names was more meaningful because it seemed like the namespace gained an unseen momentum at that stage. It was more visible in the public space. And before you could wipe your eyes out, we had reached sort of the million mark. And we did celebrate. We obviously were very excited about reaching that milestone. And you need to understand at that stage, a namespace that is growing to 1 million names or 900,000 names has a tremendous amount of built-in goodwill and momentum by itself. You just have to be a good custodian and a guardian of that growth. You know, don't destabilize anything. So the million sort of came up on us quite quickly. We were caught slightly off guard by it, but we did appreciate that milestone being reached. And now you wipe your eyes out and you're at 1.4 million. So it's literally, you've got a fantastic self-propelling engine that just keeps running and growing. And the bigger your namespaces grow and the more visible they are in your ecosystems, the more they will sort of grow and develop. For us, sort of the things, our strategy has changed from trying to grow the namespace to being more a facilitator and a custodian of information. And the discussion, the presentation by Taito was part of that strategy. So as we grew, we started needing to know why this thing is growing, what is driving it, how do we help our registrars to get better traction, to understand their portfolios better, and to grow, you know, more creates and to retain their domain name space. So our focus has shifted from, let's call it a sales-orientated focus, to like, how do we sell and promote and grow the domain names, to try and being a facilitator specifically of information. And that, I think, is paying dividends at the moment. We're starting to see a lot of active participation by registrars. A lot of them are prioritizing our namespace. A lot of them are pushing it. We're giving them a lot of information, and they're starting to see in themselves that the namespace is adding value. So that's our focus at the moment, is focusing on the channel, on the registrar partners, and the namespace is going to sell itself, but we need to make sure we grease the cogs of that process so that it works smoothly and we don't stand in the way of anything. Certainly DNS abuse is another big issue. Everyone's fighting about that, but if DNS abuse became rampant in ZA, it would affect the trust in the namespace and the confidence, and we can't have that. So those are the things we see as custodians beyond the million mark, is to facilitate, not stand in the way, and then obviously make sure that the goodwill and the trust in the namespace is maintained by fighting DNS abuse. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Next question. Who is prepared? Yes, Lucky. The lion. Yes, please stand up and introduce yourself.
It's not a question as such, but it's to gloat a little bit. I want to introduce this ecosystem. It's not an accident. It's a lot of hard work that's been put into this. And I would want Louis to come up there, part of the ecosystem. Taito, please come up. I want you to see this ecosystem, what we built and what we are trying to build into the future. You would see me on .Africa space, but I'm part of this team, ZAERC, part of ZACR. And I believe people want to see faces and they trust faces. When they see a machine, they don't trust it. But when they see this face, you will see it again, you trust it. You see this face, you trust it for what it can offer. This face, I think the 32 years is because the journey has been this face, 30 years, this face, how many years? 15 years. This face for probably another 18 years. And these faces are only a year or two with us. Huh?
I think we're actually clear now.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the ecosystem that I believe all of us on the continent we need to be building. Now, not only are we positioning ourselves for just the ccTLDs, we're positioning ourselves for the next round of the domain name, the gTLDs. So watch this space, get in touch with us, Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And if you could put up the next slide, please.
And now, my friend, straight from Dubai, Habibi. He is pumped in all the ways, in business, and it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Helmut. How much time do I have?
15 minutes. Yes. And after, yeah.
All right, thank you, Helmut. So he's putting me right before the lunchtime, and I don't want to be, the one causing you not to have your lunch. So first of all, Helmut, thank you, well done. This is super amazing. I've attended all your events from the very beginning in London, in that Yumsa restaurant, and what I've seen here today, this is fantastic. I think he deserves a round of applause. All right, so I'll do a very quick, this is, by the way, totally improvised. I wasn't supposed to be on this stage, but Helmut, as usual, asked me to quickly come in, and I like to talk. So it won't be long, but I would like to introduce myself and tell you more about who I am and what I do, and also, I have a special invitation for all of you. So my name is Munir Badr. I run a company called aeserver.com. AE is for Arab Emirates. So we are the largest privately owned .ae domain name registrar based in Dubai. We are also present in Bahrain. So we are a .bh registrar, and we also do .qa, which is for Qatar. So we are pretty much, I founded the company when I was in school, and was a project of curiosity. Long story short, we've built one of the largest hosting and domain name providers right now in the Middle East. All these 3 domain names are open zones, so any person from any country can register the domain name. There is also another logo that you see here. I will come to this in a moment, but I really enjoyed the presentation of Alexander Roland. It was very inspirational, and I know there is lots of new faces here, and the region is developing, so I also wanted to add some sort of inspiration from my side and tell you a quick story about how I started the company. I was 15 years old, now I'm 36, when I started the business. And as I already mentioned, it's one of the most successful hosting and domain name providers in the Middle East. And the message I would like to present is that if I could have achieved it, I'm sure many of you here, aspiring future entrepreneurs in the DNS space, can also do it, because it takes time and persistence, but if I could have done it, you can also do it, trust me. So here we go. Back in the day, in 2005, I registered my very first domain name. It was aemobile.com. I later sold it for like $500, but that's a different story. And AE is, of course, for Arab Emirates. And I was always inspired. How do I own my piece of the internet? How do I register my name.com, .net? How do I have my own branded email? I don't want to use... Who of you know here GeoCities or ZeroCatch? Those were free hosting providers back in the day. You could get a subdomain. Does anyone remember these? Ayub? Almost, yeah. Well, the younger generation might not have seen these. There's plenty of young generation people here. So these were free hosting services where you would get, your name.zerocatch.com or your name.geocities.com. Not sure what happened to them now. So I was wondering, okay, how do I do this? So domain name was the first part, and then how do you do hosting? And many of you know there is something called like reseller hosting. You buy a cPanel, WHM hosting account and then resell it. It's like having an apartment building and subleasing basically units. But then I thought to myself, okay, I'm based in Dubai, so what is the domain name for the United Arab Emirates? And it was the .ae. So I started doing my research, and to my surprise, to register a .ae domain name, you basically had to have a local representative. So you can be in Kenya, you can be United States, you can register a .ae domain name as long as there is a phone number locally. And the registration was done using a pen and paper process. So you had to print a PDF form from the registry's website, and the registry was our ISP service provider, or telecom provider. And you literally had to fill it by hand, on your PC, and then print it, sign it with with wet ink, and fax it to the registry. I didn't have a fax machine. I thought fax is so boring. That sound that the fax machine makes. Who used? Many companies used fax. On the business card there was a phone number and a fax number. So I never had the fax machine. What I did and how I started the company is that I digitized the domain name registration process. So you would go on my website, place an order for domain summit.ae, for example, and I would print that form on your behalf, sign it off, be a representative. The domain name is still registered under your name, and fax it to the registry. I would go downstairs to a stationery shop next to my house in Dubai and basically fax it to the registry. Wait a week, they would send an email saying it's registered. And you might be wondering, but why would people come to me? Well, because there was an opportunity in the country, like there is opportunity right now on the African continent. There is huge opportunities that weren't available. I mean, Dubai was not always, blingy and glittering like you see today on Instagram. It was never like that. I mean, it's been like that for the past 15, 20 years. And I've been there since I was a child, so I've seen it grow from desert to the futuristic city. And the same example could apply, to your city, to your country, to any place that you're planning to operate, and you don't need to be even physically present sometimes to build a company. And then, rest is history. So basically what started as, a project of, running a home business just to avoid asking my dad for some pocket money, because that's how basically parents control their kids, right? I said, no, I want to earn my own money. Somebody would go wash cars, somebody would, go for modeling, promotions, whatever. I started selling domain names. So today, of course, a lot of things changed, and in 2007 there was a reform in the regulation in the government, so they opened up a registry. So now we have a registrar model, the ccTLDs, and we were invited to become and participate and sign up as a registrar. So fast forward to today, the .ae is the largest domain name in the Arab world with 350,000 registrations. Open domain name zone. Lots of domain investors, lots of domains post on the forums, on CEDO, on Atom, lots of sales, $100,000, $50,000, lots of private sales, of course, which are not being reported. And then we've replicated the model into other countries. Later on, Qatar came up and said, okay, we also have our namespace open.qa, come up and become a registrar. Bahrain.bh. So we replicate our business model, and of course we do web hosting and other solutions. So this also applies to you. This is important because you can approach one of the registries which are present here. I mean, from Koenig, and Koenig has been an amazing, supportive organization, to another initiative which I do, and I'll come back to this. But again, you can approach the registries, right? You can sign up as a registrar. It doesn't really take a lot of initial investment. Of course, there is investment in the long run, but I've started my business with zero, right? Just a website, a template monster website, a shopping cart, which was a contact form, and a manual payment link I would send through like some payment gateway, like tocheckout.com or one of these guys. I know the challenges in some countries, even accepting payment methods is a problem, but you have to hustle. For instance, very, very long, or I'll say differently, at the start of the journey, it was impossible to accept credit card payments in the United Arab Emirates if you are a small business, if you are a one-man company. So, I had to look for creative ideas. We used some third-party payment gateways, process payments through some third parties who would take 5 to 10% commission, send the money to us after a month. But you have to try. You have to initially try step by step. Not everything should work out from day one. That's what's very important, right? You have to be persistent, and again persistent. And if you have a good product, if you solve a problem in the market, in the industry, I promise you, you will be successful. But just believe in your dream, and that's very important. So 20 years I've been doing it. Every day I wake up, I see the same screen, the same billing system, like WHMCS, cPanel, all these control panels, and I don't get bored of it because I do it with passion. I'm here alone without my team today because we are so busy with operations, and I live in Dubai, so for me it's a no-brainer to be here 5 hours. The team is remote completely after the pandemic, so we don't really meet in the office. The most beautiful thing about our industry as well, you can work from everywhere. You can do your business on a phone, on your laptop, on your iPad. That's the beauty. You can be on any place on this planet and your business is running. I'm on the stage right now. If you go on my website, there's an AI chatbot, there is live human support, it's 24/7 support. So this is a booming field, and with the new gTLD round coming up, there is lots of opportunities to jump on board and make some money, right? So yeah, that's really my story about starting up a registrar in Dubai. And I'm half Palestinian, half Russian, so we are from an expat family. It just happened that my dad moved to Dubai, and again, you don't even need to be from the country. You don't need to be a citizen of the country to build business. That's another, a tip for you. And then later on, and of course, here I must say thank you again to Helmut. So I've attended the very first domain summit in 2022, right? It was held at a restaurant in London. That's a very funny story. I've never been to London before. It was, of course, fantastic and amazing. So that was like a Thai restaurant. Was it Thai? Yeah, and there was lots of dim sum. And I think after that restaurant, I never wanted to eat dim sum again, because there was dim sum like a buffet of dim sum. Dim sums, those round buns with the filling inside, the stuffing. So there was always the smell of dim sums in at the restaurant. And I said to myself, wow, if Helmut managed to pull up a show with like 120, 150 people the first time in London, I'm based in Dubai, I like events, I've attended events. And events by nature are super beautiful, because you meet people that you don't know what lies tomorrow or the future. You could meet one person or two people or one partner, and your life could change. That's how I've built Domain Days Dubai. So after being inspired by Helmut, I was on a train station with one of our on a train with our common friend going from London to Newcastle, I believe, and he challenged me. He said, "Listen, look, Helmut has built an event in London. You are based in Dubai. That's a good place to be. I mean, Dubai is like on the map for investments and real estate, all these things, right? So why don't you do an event in Dubai?" And it hit me. I said, "Yeah, sure, I can do anything." We shook hands, and it was more of like, again, a joke. And then he calls me a few months later saying, "So where is your event? I would like to partner up with you. I would like to sponsor." And then I realized, okay, what did I get myself into? Now running a business. And then I have to also think about doing events. I love attending events. I love to sit on the seat here and watch people on stage. But trust me, running an event, what's happening behind the scenes, especially a few days before the event, is like crazy. So again, event organizers, event supporters, event sponsors, thank you so much. Helmut, thank you for bringing us together in a new place in Africa. I've never been to Africa, and thanks to you, I'm here. And this goes to you as well. By attending events, you build your network. You build your future net worth, because your network is your net worth, as they say, right? So yeah, I've started Domain Days Dubai. Our first event was in 2023, and there's lots of familiar faces in the room and lots of partners and sponsors we've gathered. I was literally calling all the business cards. I have a book with all the business cards I've collected, by attending hundreds of events. I even have the lanyards and the badges. I never throw them away. It's a cool thing to show to your kids later. I mean, my son loves those. So I've called everyone up and saying, listen, I'm building an event. We should come, we should network. And I've collected a good crowd, I believe, the first time. And now it's been 3 years. This year we are doing our 4th event. So it's in October. And I would like you to visit domaindays.com. Again, Helmut allowed me to promote and welcome you all to our event. We have a special place for our friends from Africa. We've had Kenny attend. We had Grace from Rwanda. I believe I had from .za as well, some speaker last year. So Dubai is the center of the world right now, not just for meetings, but investment, setting up a business, setting up a company. It's a nice place to be at. It's very inspirational, and what we as business people, as entrepreneurs, sometimes what we lack is as basic as inspiration. So I really would like to welcome you all. We will definitely have some special arrangements, for the attendance, in terms of the attendance package and stuff. I'll discuss it with Helmut, and with his permission, we'll be sharing this with you. So please check out the event. If you would like to expand your horizon, go to uncharted territories, please check out Dubai. It's also a great crowd. It's a completely different market, completely different perspective. And I'll be honest, we also have our own challenges. Every market has challenges. Every market is not as glittery and beautiful as it looks from the outside. So that's pretty much my presentation. I think it's really now lunchtime. So thank you. If you have maybe one, I can take 1 or 2 questions, and then let's go for lunch. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And before I go into the question, we will have the first question from the CEO. Let me tell another story. We are all here as effect of another effect of another effect. We are all somehow related. There is that story that something happens to the butterfly in Argentina, and then there is earthquake or something beautiful, or a beautiful building is built in China. This event would not happen if you didn't start a server. Munir was the person who sold the idea, who brokered IT.com to Andre.
No.
Yes, you
not
did approach.
directly.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
you approached him, and
No,
not only
yeah.
one time. He's a good sales guy. In the beginning, it was rejected, then he returned, and only after IT.com was bought, then later on transformed into the idea of maybe entering the space, IT.com started supporting the first event in London. Yes, we did rent a restaurant for 2 days. We had 150 people, and there was free food, free drinks. And that event would not happen without IT.com, and IT.com would not support us if they didn't buy a 2-letter domain. You were involved. So, thank you. Without you, without Munir, of course without Koenig, but this event here, we would not be 1,000,000%, no way, without Munir. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you as well. I mean, this is life, right? Life is all about those small elements coming together as a puzzle into one big, complete puzzle.
And again, providing each other good service, keeping your word. He's a man, when he shakes a hand, he will follow through. And of course, it goes opposite way. He will request the same from his friends. So,
absolutely.
Andrew.
Thank you, Helmut. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Not a question, but to my peers in the room, ccTLD managers, I want to give my testimony for what these two gentlemen have done. So, first time I met Munir was in this London Domain Summit.
Yeah.
I convinced my board to support me to go for my first event as a ccTLD manager. They gave me a chance to speak about Africa and the opportunities. At that time, Munir was just a participant like me. The following year, because of the courage to take the risk, I went to Domain Days Dubai. So he took a challenge and executed with courage to what is now, I think, a very competitive event. And the second year I went for this event, I met a company called Dynadot. And I'm challenging my CEOs in the room. Conversation over coffee, like you all are having. They told me we could help you with something called auctions. And the same event, I met another company affiliated with GoDaddy. They told us we could help you with brand protection. And what I'm saying, long story short, Dynadot traveled with our registry, and in a few weeks, they registered 500 second-level .ke domains. They helped us with an auction. The BSA, Brand Safety Alliance partnership, that I started engaging with at Domain Days Dubai, has earned Koenig additional non-domain revenue of $30,000. This is real value, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just nice to have coffee. It is serious engagement and taking a bold, courageous action. Investments to Koenig, just my ticket to that event. We have to invest, guys. You have to convince your boards, you have to convince your governments to just pay your ticket to Dubai, and you can stay maybe at Munir's house.
Yeah. I need a very big house. But yes, you're all welcome. Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate your words.
Thank you, absolutely. Any questions? And don't be afraid. And once again, if Bob is here, my apologies. We are not a ICANN event. Nobody is asking reports. Yes, we are all here to create ripples, to work with each other.
Hello everyone. Simon Mutwa is my name. I must say that I am completely inspired by Munir, Roland, and almost everyone who detailed presentations today. So thank you so much, Munir. Very inspiring.
Thank you. Glad to be inspiring. And if you guys have any questions, I have a booth in the exhibition area. Please feel free to pass by. I would be very happy to share any more insights with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are going for lunch. Thank you, Munir, once again.
Thank you, Helmut. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And please continue creating ripples. They go so far away. And to all the Kennick team who are here, guys, you are insanely awesome.
Yes.
Insane. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm the only one who's standing between you and lunch, and my only one request is take out your phone, kindly scan this QR code, and answer just a few questions, then step out for lunch. Okay? Nice and easy. So everybody just scan the QR code. We have a few quick questions. Yes, no, probably maybe one or two have, and it's already translated from English to French. So kindly give us those answers. We really appreciate the feedback. I need to see everybody scanning this code. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch after this. Cheers.
And the first one to answer will win something?
Yes. The first one to answer. The first one to come to me with the answer done.
So, the first one to answer, who is the first one? Done. Now, this is the first one. Oh, two winners. Two winners. 1, 2. Yes. Yes, fully done. Awesome. And a reminder. Okay, and 1, 1, 1. Green lights, and we are waiting for the last participant. Very good. So someone has taken an advice of how you approach speaking opportunity. You come up with a notepad and a pen. He's gone even more towards the pencil, so you can correct yourself. Good afternoon, everyone. I really hope your lunch was fabulous and great. And today, at this session, so now after the lunch, we will have 2 discussion panels. The first one will be hosting and domain names. So let us talk about domain names from the perspective of hosting companies. And the next one will be about the new gTLDs. So if we could again introduce ourselves, and again, as before, 3 questions, and after that, your questions, and not comments, though questions. Thank you. Wycliffe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wycliffe Fundu. I work with Host Africa as the MD for Kenya. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Mwanda, Brian Jero. I work as, I'm the founder of Host Pinnacle, and also double up as, now that Andrew calls himself as the chief evangelist, I'm a senior evangelist of .k.
Hi everyone, I'm Carson. I'm CEO of TurboHost. It's a web hosting company from Mozambique, and we are in the process of expanding for all of the world, starting for here, Kenya.
And once again, so before we jump into these first 3 opening questions, if you could mention how many domain names you have and what is the market share of few of the markets you have. So let us start with Mozambique, yes, as one of our smaller brothers, though influential in his country.
In moment, we have around 3,000 domains. 1,000 is the MZ domains, that is local extension from Mozambique, and the rest is the ccTLDs or gTLDs for another countries like Kenya, South Africa, and countries, or African countries, mostly African countries.
Am I correct that 1000.mz Mozambique domains is 10% of all the domains?
Yeah, almost.
So 10% of the market share in Mozambique.
Thank you. Let me speak about the .k space because we're really passionate about that. For that market, we currently have around 17,000 domains. I can't tell about the market share, what percentage we have, but in terms of ranking about the registrars, we are number 3 there.
Number 3?
Yes.
And it is like 12%, something like that, yes? The market share? Yes, out of, so they have 15,000, 17,000, okay, out of 125,000, yes? 121,000, okay, that's 15%, something, yeah, more or less. Sorry, not sure.
For us, the publicly available data, .k, we have about 25,000. That represents about 20% for .k. Overall, we have over 100,000 domains. I'll not want to go into the details.
That was a confident smile. Thank you. And so the first question, and let us start with Wycliffe. In Africa, which ones drive for your hosting company more sales, .coms or African ccTLDs?
It's Africa ccTLDs. As an African brand, we have .ng Nigeria, .co.za, .k. Yeah, so it's the ccTLDs that drive the numbers.
Thank you. Brian?
So for us, as Wycliffe has said, for us, the ccTLDs are driving more sales. However, when we started, .coms were selling more back then. Let's say like 5 years ago, 7 years ago, .coms were more popular for us back then because there was this misconception that .com is superior than .ke. There was this perception that .ke will just load locally here in Kenya, but over time that has been overtaken by the .ke, and currently we can see that for the .k, they're almost doubling now compared to the generic top-level domains. And part of the reasons is, well, the registry has been very persistent in pushing the numbers. We've gotten support as registrars. I have to commend the registry, the efforts by the leadership of Andrew here, that we've gotten a lot of support from the registry. We've been able to push the numbers. The other things like cost as well. They are driving sales, lowering the cost and ensuring that people are able to buy the domains, discount and try to bundle them and ensure that there is value addition. That is something that we'll be able to use to push the sales. Again, something else that you can see that is driving the sales is government policy. Right now, there is it's almost becoming standard that if you want to attend or something like that, you can't really use these free domains, the gmail.com, hotmail.com. You need like something that looks more professional, and of course the easy target now is, or the easy entry is the .k brand. So okay, I'm talking about the .k because you are majorly into that. So long and short of that is that the .ke will better sales, twice better than the generic top level domains.
Thank you. Carson? So the question once again is, which drive more sales for you? African ccTLDs or gTLDs or coms?
I believe that there are some most generic from generic is .com. The reason was same that my colleague told, and another was country code ccTLDs, because most of companies they find us when they are searching for they want to create emails. Most companies that want to have a way to communicate professional way, and they need to have domains, and we can offer that.
Thank you. We all know that when we provide e-commerce solutions, we hate abandoned carts. We hate abandoned carts. It was very painful for me as well seeing Domain Summit and people start registering and huge number of abandoned carts. And do you check why people hesitate to buy domain names at your hosting companies, and what are the top reasons? So maybe Wycliffe?
Abandoned carts, okay, what we normally notice is when a client starts the process, mostly they complete it. The questions normally will be around which extension should they buy. And so what we realize is when someone is looking for their business names, in most cases, the name that they're searching for, they'll find it is taken for the .com. But the availability, I'm going to talk about the .k. You'll find they are mostly available. In fact, a good number by the short 3 characters, 2 characters, 4 characters, 5 characters, they are still available. But to get the real name that you're looking for a .com, it's very difficult. The other thing is, Bob mentioned this, that all domains are created equal. In the past, you'd find most people would be going for .com because of the perception that, okay, if you are within the borders of Kenya, you'll be able to see the .k. But if you are outside, that will not be available. These are some of the misconceptions that have been eroded now. The reality is that if you look at even the big players, the Googles of this world, they are adopting the country code domain names in areas where they operate. So it's giving an impetus for locals to adopt their various local TLDs. So abandoned cart, we don't see much of it, no.
Okay, Brian?
On top of what my colleague Wycliffe has mentioned, colleague in the industry, I think that we have seen or we've seen historically is a lack of awareness in terms of not many people there. Yes, a vast majority is they are developers, but there is still a good majority that are common people who are not tech savvy. And one of the things that we realize with them, they do not know the difference between a domain name, hosting, and email address. Somebody buys a domain name and they realize that that alone cannot create an email address for you. And so they start feeling like you guys have hidden costs. So for instance, they will come and search for the domain name is available, proceed, and then we realize that this person has only chosen the domain name, so we try to suggest hosting package for them. And then they realize that, okay, so I thought the domain name is X amount, now you are telling me to add Y amount to become Z amount. So they start feeling like there are hidden costs to this thing, and it's just a lack of awareness in the industry, in the vast majority of people who are trying to buy for themselves without using tech people, not knowing exactly the difference between what a domain is, what hosting is, and that there are different prices. So what we are trying is to bundle that up together to ensure that once we tell you that this is the amount, then that becomes the amount all the way to checkout. So that is one of the things that we've seen. Another thing that we are aware of is there could be, let me call it trust deficit or something, where people are more, I don't know if it's just the economy, how it is, or people tend to want to do business with either people that they know or people they have been referred to, or they want to come physically to the office and such things. So trust can also be an issue. So they want to deal with business that you have a non-office location. How does your followership look like? Are there people talking about you? And if they cannot find that, well, they just search because they saw an ad. And then by the time they are getting to the place where they need to input their either card details or their payment gateway details, they feel like, no, I don't really trust this guy, so let me just abandon this and do more search about that. And by the time they search and ask somebody else, maybe they're just being pointed to the big brothers there in the global north, and you are left with an abandoned cart.
Okay, thank you. So the question is why people start registering the domains and then don't complete the registrations, or maybe why people hesitate at all registering domain names with hosting companies, with you guys.
For most of people, there are people that stop because in the past, first I will talk in the past, most of people have issue with payment because in Mozambique, most of people don't use the card for online payment. But later, this issue solved with digital payment, mobile payment. Now we have online payment with mobile. People can pay with mobile without need the card, and we integrated, and this problem solved. Then there another thing is some people need to know doesn't know the difference of domain and hosting, and sometimes they stop and they stop and call us to ask the difference, and we try to explain, and it's something like that. But now we are working with that to explain the people the importance of domain and hosting, the difference, why company would need this type of service. But now most people know the awareness of this field is going better, and
Thank you. Okay, that's interesting. So in your case, in Mozambique's case, payments.
Payment was key to make people try to have a facility to pay, because for companies, there we have big companies, oil companies that don't accept to trade with companies that use free emails. They all accept to trade with companies that use professional email, because the professional email show that they are organized, they are prepared to do the business. It is a good signal. It's a signal.
Thank you. And the next and the third and the last question from my side is, what are the biggest misconceptions? And I will start in this case from that side, ending with Wycliffe. What's the biggest misconception that African small or medium-sized businesses have about domains and hosting? And what are your ideas how to address it? Just your ideas, like maybe one or two main simple solutions. So, Didion?
For the domain and hosting concept, or?
Yes, misconcepts, wrong understanding, wrong ideas. When you meet a client and he starts saying something about domains and hosting, and you're like, oh my God.
There are people that think if they use MZ domain, people from outside will not see will not access the information. They will not able to communicate with them. Is one of.
So in Mozambique, people think that if they use Mozambique MZ domain name, so then in Kenya, Kenyans will not be able to see the website?
Yeah. I believe that this misconception is same on another countries.
Wow. And how to address it? How would you suggest?
Creating, teaching teaching and explaining that this is not the case.
Wow, insane. Brian?
Thank you. So one of the things that I believe is a misconception in the industry is complexity. People tend to think that registering for domain and registering for hosting, you need to be a person in IT. I tend to disagree with that a lot. I feel like if somebody is smart enough, if I have to call it that way, to open your laptop, open Word documents, prepare PowerPoint. What is it that you cannot do going to a hosting website, buying a domain, buying a hosting and creating an email? You are not using any language to create these things. So that's a misconception of that. For me to get these services, I have to look for somebody in the family. I have to look for a friend who is a tech person, somebody who has done computer science, somebody who has done IT to register these things for me. I feel like that's still something that needs to be debunked. I believe we've been there. Maybe perhaps people in IT back then were people who could type on Word and open their laptop and do things on the computer, and that now becomes like you're not going to IT. That is just a daily thing to do. So I believe that we should get to a place like that when it comes to domain. The same way I go to a shop and buy a SIM card, or I go to a shop and buy a phone, and I do not need to call somebody who is tech savvy to operate that phone. I believe that we need to get to that place of registering my online identity as far as domains are concerned. I can do that by myself. And I'm loving how the conversation about AI is being used in the in the web hosting industry. I feel like that is helping us in terms of, for most websites now, you go open and realize there is an AI website builder, meaning that any person can create a website. So that is an encouragement and making it easier for these people that you can log in and create a website by yourself using these AI tools. So that is one of the ways of resolving this issue. Another is we need mass education to people. We need to really push hard, go out there, educate these people, our market, that it is not a complex thing. I liked what the Arab Academy was doing here. If that's something that we can adopt to our market here, make it easy for us, for people to understand, put it in our own language here, and use that to push that. It's actually, you do not need to be tech savvy to do this. That's a misconception of I need people who are into computer science, people in IT, people who are devs to register domains. That's something that we can overcome over time through education.
Thank you.
Thank you. The first misconception is they don't understand that a domain is a list. When you get the domain, depending on the number of years you buy it for, it is for that period. So if you bought it for 1 year, it is yours just for that 1 year. If it is 10 years, it's just for that 10 years. And if you let it go, then that's just it. There is someone waiting to benefit from it. Number two is they assume that buying hosting means the company is also making for you a website. That is someone else's responsibility. It seems simple. Then also that if you buy a domain, that emails come with it. That's a separately different package. SMEs also don't understand that the server that you buy, if it is shared hosting, it is leased again. It is yours for the period that you pay for. They also don't understand that security is their responsibility. So if you make a website that is not up to par in terms of plugins, core files, and you're hacked, they think it is someone else's responsibility. It is their responsibility. If a site is hacked, most SMEs will think, again, it's the hosting provider to fix it for them. It is not the hosting provider. It is the responsibility of that particular person. And then lastly, you'll find an SME would come up with a nice idea. They make their website, they have a domain, they make their website. They drive a lot of traffic and it's on shared hosting. So they expect that they are going to get the dedicated server resources equivalent. So when the traffic spikes, they think that because they are getting a server, then they should get one with I don't know how many terabytes of bandwidth. So it's about education and awareness that as you grow bigger, you need to upscale, move to a VPS, move to dedicated server, and then have scaling options to ensure that you're up. Then there are those wannabes who think that they can make money easily. They try to hack, or the way it was being discussed in the morning, they want to have fake sites and the like. It's about awareness that the law will catch up with you. You cannot run away. So most of these issues can be sorted just through public awareness, education, and as you said, what that gentleman from the Arab community is doing is quite useful, and I think it's one of the things that we'll have to borrow from Kenya, because I've seen the YouTube channel, in as much as it's in Arabic with so many viewers. I saw the equivalent in English. It just has about, I think, 5,000 subscribers. It's something you need to borrow from. So all these things are things that they look common sense, except they are not. And the young people, again, they're the ones who will help, because if you look at the vast majority of entities that are in the domain space in Kenya, I think my experience tells me they are the people who are in the 40-year plus. The opportunity is available for people who are in their 20s, 30s. That is where we need to help to change everything, especially. Thank you.
That was very strong. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, I do have tons of questions, though. What about you? Okay, here we have. And if you couldn't stand up, introduce yourself first, please.
Thank you very much, Helmut. My name is Erso. I am from Foster, a research-based company, and I have a question. How do you think some domain extensions are quite expensive, and it's over 30 USD? And in your experience, does price strongly affect registration growth? Do you think lowering the domain price would directly impact growth?
Thank you. So the question is, what do you think about some ccTLDs where the prices are $30 US plus? And what do you think if ccTLDs lower them? Would it encourage the growth? That's from Arthur of Foster.
We have tried this pricing game in the past. The fact of the matter is, when the prices was equivalent of, I think, $20 in Kenya, and then when the prices drop, there is not a significant increase in the number of domains. Especially when you also check, the barometer here is a .com. But $30, I think, is okay for us. It's fairly high. We try to match or become lower than .com so that we can encourage local adoption. So somehow you are right that if the price goes down, then there'll be uptake. If it is higher, of course, you discourage people. And I think that also has something to do with, if you look at our numbers, the second level extension, .ke, it's about that $30. Yet it is premium. Anybody, if you were to ask me, that is the one that someone should go for. But you see, there is a third level domain, .co.ke, that's what most people would go for. So in a price-sensitive society, yeah, we'll go for the cheaper price.
Thank you.
Same sentiments here. I believe that price has a lot to do with the uptake. I can look at our neighbors around here, and their registry is not very, in terms of numbers, very progressive, and because their prices are really high. And for us, one of the things that we can see anytime that we lower the prices, the uptake is higher. Of course, the deletions is also higher, but again, that is expected. The more registrations you have, the more deletions you have, but still, the more you retain more based on that as well. So yes, prices do affect the uptake.
Thank you.
For me, the price will affect to person that want to acquire domain, because there are some people that don't afford they want to open business. There are many things to pay, and if the domain for most of case, if I want to open a company, I will be use the country code domains, and if the domain, the extension is the price is high, I tend to choose another option, and yeah, it's influence. The price playing a big role on what people choose to use.
Okay, so we have both opinions here. Thank you. Next question is from Kenneth.
Thank you. Again, Davis Edaka from it's on the board of Kenneth here, so I'm happy to ask this question. I think one of the areas that we also need to discuss is mapping the decision makers in the process of buying domains, hosting, email, all that stuff. Because sometimes, and this maybe can be a question, depending on the buyer, is it a company, is it an organization, is it a circle, is it a church, the person who actually makes the decision, we as registrars must have a sort of connection to that person. But sometimes the person making the decision is not in the organization. It could be the web developer, the website developer who's doing that. So maybe what we should question ourselves is, how do we make sure that the decision makers, we have been able to map them, and we have been able to talk to them, and we're able to influence them so that they can buy, one, the right domains, and two, the right number of domains.
Thank you. Was it clear? Was the question clear? But let us start with Carson. Was the question clear? Once again, could you please redefine the question? Sometimes lots of text destroy the question.
Yes. It started as a comment, but I also wanted to be a question. How do you map the decision makers so that you can successfully sell domains?
Normally, for our case, we do this with in two ways. We can do on, for example, when we run the ads, we make targeting for type of segments, and the recommendation, for example, for extension will vary for the target that I want to reach. But the second way is with communication on social media. We tend to with education. We teach them which type of the extension that they can use. depending of the area that they are. But mostly is by the ads. Is by the ads.
Facebook ads, yes?
Yes. We reach most of our clients. We reach by Facebook.
Okay, so that is direct advertising with sales offers, and it is not educational, yes?
Yeah, sales and education.
Educational.
Because sometimes when the person that come to us and ask which type of domain that is recommended for the area, like for church, for NGO, or education. Yeah, because for education there are categories. Or that for example for superior, what can I say? For example, superior institution, and there are medium institution. Normally they use different type of extension.
So the government, government extensions, yes, like in Kenya there is .go, .k.
Yeah, there are .edu, there are .ac, depends of type of organization.
Okay, through Facebook, right?
So to answer this, you said it's both a comment and a question, and I agree with the comment. It's a challenge that we have, that we've had for the longest, mapping the domain to the right person, or rather to the right owner. And that goes back to my comments about the misconception about complexity, about acquiring these online resources, where you must engage somebody who seems to be tech savvy, or somebody in the industry there who has gone to college and done all these things, and they believe that these are the people who can do it in the right way. And now that opens another challenge. I agree with you, the question about having the right person so that you can upsell other things, maybe sell different variations, .co.k, .com, .net, and all other for brand protection. But there is another bigger issue that we've realized with that, is that sooner there is a conflict between the client and the web developer. And that turns our support team now to like an alternative dispute resolution committee. And now we have to mediate between the web developer and the client, and try to determine now who is the rightful owner. If it is a .ke, it is easy. You can draw to Kenik, and then maybe Kenik draw back to us and say you look for the documents, try to authenticate the documents and all that. And it becomes very difficult now to make a case, a determination that this is the rightful owner, you are just a developer. Because now in our system, the registrant details are usually the developer. And we tend to believe that largely, that's the owner. So whenever there is a dispute, who registered the domain on our system? This is the person. But now this other person shows up with, this is my certificate of incorporation, this is my trademark certificate, this is what, give me this domain. And we are telling this person, we do not know you, we've never seen you in our system. So it becomes a difficult thing, and then there are those that we can resolve peacefully. We try to talk to the developer. If there is a disagreement about payment, you just talk to this person or this client, would you pay these people, and then we'll give you the resources to you. So a lot of mediation. For those that you cannot mediate, then we tell them that now maybe you can seek legal redress, try to pursue that in the court of law. So that is a challenge that we have. However, now it's something that we'll be able to clean up that data because of, especially the .ke. They have come up with a policy for .sc.ke and .ac.ke that for them to approve, you register .sc.ke, it is booked in the system, but it's not delegated. It has been booked, yes, but no propagation, no nothing is happening. It is on pending create the APP status at that point until you give the right documents. So you cannot come in Kenya, you cannot register .sc.ke or .ac.ke unless one, the registrant details are for that school, and you've produced a certificate that shows that this school is actually registered. So that does help clean up the data, but that is for the two extensions. But now the .co.k, the .com, you know, that one is on a first come, first served basis, and that remains to be a challenge.
Thank you.
I think let's go to the basics. You mentioned the decision makers. What is the age group of that sector? Yeah, do you know the age group? 40, 50. Yeah, so if you look at that demographics, and I'm sorry to say this, that is the age group that thinks that a domain name is the same as internet, is the same as a website. That is the same group that will always forget their password. They'll use the same password everywhere. They get hacked. It's true. You give them webmail, they can't bookmark it. When the mails, for whichever reason, they put the wrong password and the email is blocked, they stop using it, then they switch to Gmail. So I think the long and short of what he was saying is that it's a difficult job to grow the business with that age group being in charge. And so I reiterate what I'd said before. It is time for the youth, and we have so many of them, to come up and help. And the people you are going to help are your fathers, your mothers, your uncles. Take charge and help them to manage their businesses. In the absence of that, you will have the decision maker who, when the domain is due for renewal, they don't see value for it because it's just, in their opinion, it's just trouble. Yet they have someone who can make it easy. So your question, it's good, but it's tough. Having operated, I've been in this industry for 20 years. This is what I see every other time. But then when you handle this thing to the younger people, they find it a breeze. So if you find an entity where they have the youths that they trust who manage these processes for them, then the uptake becomes higher. In the absence of that, it's just a cycle.
Thank you. And then probably the last question, if there will be someone else, then yes, if you could stand up and introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Linda. So I have this scenario whereby my domain name is, I have a domain name, but it keeps on being classified as malicious. So what steps as a domain owner or registrars do you take to help solve this, or help solve this efficiently, the false positive of my domain? I've just taken the steps necessary to make it secure, but it keeps on being flagged as malicious.
Sorry, is it a domain or a website?
Domain name. Yeah, it's a website, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If it is a website, again, it goes back to the basics of web security. Are you using a CMS or is it custom coded? Is it WordPress, Joomla, or custom coded? Custom coded. What I would tell you from experience is there are security malware scanners or code scanners. In fact, in the world of AI today, it's very easy. Again, what I said in the past, take the source code, plug into Cloud Code, okay, Copilot, and then ask it to run it for you. It will tell you what is going on, because it is very unlikely that a hosting provider will continuously flag in a site. It will only flag it because there is some code there that has a potential in terms of its signature that is telling it that, hey, there's a potential here that it could be having malicious codes. That is a simple solution that I can give you.
Thank you. So a person is having issues when browser is showing that, or the hoster is showing. If a browser is showing, then you are doomed for a week. Malicious websites.
Okay. It's not very clear to me what flags it. Is it the browser? Is it an antivirus? Is it?
It just really sounds that it is.
Is it the Google browser one that's telling that maybe it has been blacklisted somewhere and needs to be delisted? There are many things, but domain on its own, it can't get black. I don't think it would get blacklisted. Well, there are those that have. There are those that might be classified by a certain database that they were registered solely for the purpose of fraud, but it's a very, very rare case. Most likely, as my colleague has said here, it's
so
mostly.
I think before we go towards, it just shows us that even here, and what we are doing with education, we need to be clear showing that there is a difference. I think you were the one that mentioned it, that domain is not a website. It goes all towards the end. You are having issues with your code, of your website. Is there any other question? Okay, and then the last question from me about the .ke. What do you think of? In the beginning, there was .co.ke, and then they cut off the .co, and now there is .ke. Me, myself, I do prefer clean.ke. What do you think the future will bring to Kenyan users? Will they stick to the traditional .co.ke, or they will start adapting the clean.ke? Thank you.
That would have been a good question for Andrew to answer, but I'll help him. My experience is this. Actually, since let me explain something. The clean one is talking about is called second level, okay, and it's only one. So you have .ke. So there is someone who was clever and bought Nike, ni.ke, when they were on auction. Then there's a third level, which has got the .co.ke, .mobi.ke, .me.ke. There are 9 of them. If you are smart, you should take the second level extension. It is shorter. You reduce the number of characters by 3, I think. It's premium. If you're price sensitive, the problem is it's a little expensive, okay? It's almost double the price of the third level. But the cleverer person is take the second level and then take its equivalent in third level, .co.ke. That way you prevent many cyber squatters, because today, and I've normally checked this, I have a way of, I look at some nice company who have taken their third level and they're doing so well, and then they ignore the second level. Then some funny guy decides to buy the other one. Then they do some nice work on SEO, and then they get the traffic. Then you can go a step further and then create emails through what is called catch-all, okay? What it means is if the email was susan@susan.co.ke, now I can create susan at susan.ke, .co.ke, that is the third one. Then now, and then you make it such that any prefix that comes, all the mails will be coming in. So there are bad actors who will come and now blackmail you and tell you, hey, I am getting your mails, so you need to take this other extension. So if you can, because it's a business decision, sometimes I would ask, how much does it cost? About 3,000 shillings to buy that .ke. So why not just buy it and then avoid legal issues? Because you'll have the legal issues. And if it's a generic name that is not trademark, I mean, you'll go nowhere. You'll just spend a lot of time and money hiring lawyers, okay, to fight a war that you should have prevented in the first place. So as part of this forum, the education part of it, please secure your second level and the third level. The price difference is just about 3,000 shillings. Yeah.
Thank you. Brian?
The future is in the hands of the board of KENIC. They can decide to lower the prices and let the market decide what they want. Yeah. So, and do that.
Okay, so the price will actually determine which one will...
Yeah. there's a difference of around $20, I think, between the almost between the .co.k and .ke. So for as long as that is the case, that will continue. But I believe that now .ke has entered into the market. Everybody has taken it, has accepted it. Now it doesn't have to be premium anymore. Let people decide what they want.
Thank you. And what about you?
.co, .ke, and .ke.
Yes, originally Kenyan domain names that most people were using, businesses or for individual users, were under the .co.ke. Then 4 years ago, or 5, you introduced a clean .ke domains. Some were upset, some started adapting, and what do you think? Which one will win? The same happened in the UK. The same thing happened in Australia.
For first case, .co.ke, now most of users use it to use the .co.ke. In this case, if you want to, they tend to use .co.ke because they are accustomed. But it's recommended to use two, more for protection, for brand protection, if you are serious in business. It depends of the case, but most of traditional companies now prefer you to use .co with .co.ke.
Okay, thank you. And individually, how many domains do you own yourself?
I own in excess of 20, just 20 only.
And which extensions?
It's a mix, .ks and .com and a few .ai.
Oh, .ai. And the renewal rates of .ai?
It's manageable.
So?
It's manageable.
Manageable. My apologies. Yes, Brian?
It could be somewhere between 5 and 10. So it's a mixture of .co.ke, .com, and .africa.
And not .ke?
I have one .ke for the company, yes.
Yes, but not for yourself.
As a person, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
It's quite expensive, so if you've no use for it, why are you spending it?
This is a really good case study. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So how many domain names do you own yourself, and mostly in which TLDs those are?
Including company for...
No, just yourself. Yourself.
For myself. Most of them... I have around 20.
20.
Yeah, .tech, .co.nz, .net. Yeah, for different projects.
Okay. Thank you all, and these are our hosting companies that do help us selling domain names. And of course, if you are a ccTLD, please talk to them. Please talk to them, arrange the meetings, and we will have, in a few minutes, we will have the next presentation. I will find where the 1 or 2 more speakers are, and we'll be back in 2-3 minutes. No, that's for me. That's for me. Yes. So that will be for you, and then maybe you both can keep swapping there. Okay. Now, the last session is the big money session. The big money session. Now the new round is coming, and just a quick reminder: how much is it to apply for a new gTLD?
Well, Helmut, we like putting you on the spot. Well, I would say
right.
It depends. If you are supported, it might not be 227. But if you're not, then it is 227 minus other costs that might still apply.
Thank you. Nevertheless, without talking about the support and everything, we would all agree that if you want to go for the gTLD, you should have a budget of the industry standard is at least 400 to 450,000. Is it?
Yes. So the 227,000 is only the application fee. There can be contingent fees if additional testing is required. You should plan in some marketing funds for the registrar channel, maybe some consulting fees if you're not from the industry. For example, for brands who would know the ICANN processes would always need an advisor. Plus then the back-end fees afterwards, plus the ICANN renewal fees. So you need to be serious about your new top-level domain.
So fabulous. Gentlemen, please take your seats.
Thank you.
Sharp, experienced, and managing big money projects. So whenever you hear that your domain is expensive, when you think, oh, is it $6 or $7.50 or $12? Remember, getting a new gTLD, a business should prepare for 450,000. They have to be ready for that. Thank you. And if we could start, Lucky is not on the screen. As I am saying, the lion of Africa. I really like Lucky. I like his battle on American soil. I really respect it. And he is opinionated and fair. And we really need that voice of that voice of integrity on panel of such money. So maybe if we can start introduce ourselves with Rolandus. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Rolandus Japertus, and I work for IT.com. I'm business development manager, and I've been in this industry for nearly 3 years. Yeah, we are registry and RSP provider as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm not there, but it's fine. Name is Lucky Masilela. I wear multiple hats. I wear a ZACR hat, which was a central registry, and then I wear the registry consortium, which is ZARC, Z-A-R-C. But right now I'm seated, I think I'm wearing now the Registry Africa hat. I am also part of this beautiful community. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Riedel. I'm the Group CEO of Team Internet Group. So at Team Internet Group, we are reporting in 3 segments. The first, domains, identity, and software, which is the most relevant to this conference, where we operate top-level domains, both country codes like .co, but also some of the most successful commercial NTLDs like .xyz. With Centric Reseller, we operate one of the largest domain wholesale programs, basically making domain names from all across the world accessible to the registrar channel. And we also operate our own top-level domain .sk, which is a rare occasion. There's only 12 country codes in the world that are organized as for-profit companies. So we basically mastered the entire bandwidth from registry operations on the ground, registry operations, really having your economic responsibility for it, and the entire distribution channel behind it.
So, and as before, we have 3 questions for our speakers that are prepared by us, and then there will be your questions. This is the last session, so just prepare for it and be ready with clean and precise questions. So the first question is about the price. Do you believe the new gTLD round presents a realistic opportunity, specifically for African businesses, brands, maybe cities, industries, or is it too high? Shall we start with Lucky? Knowing African landscape.
Look, just to give a background, we applied for .Africa and actually 4 gTLDs, and then we paid $185,000 US per name. That is probably what, 2012. We signed the contract in 2014, and .Cape Town went live, .Durban went live, .Joburg went live. .Africa was delayed, it went live 2017. Then there was .MTN, there was .DSTV, .CakeNet, and many other names. But of all those gTLDs that were applied for on the continent, only 5 are active. It is .Africa, it is .Cape Town, it is .Durban, it is .Joburg, and .MTN. All the others, business case was irrelevant. They lost it. So you need a strong business case, let alone the fee for acquiring the name. So we paid 185,000. This time around, it's 227,000. What it means is you cannot use the normal storefront of selling a domain name. You buy and then you expect people to come and buy the domain name from you. It will not work like that. It's going to be a different ball game. You have to think differently. You have to re-engineer the process of making money from the 227,000. One of those processes is probably applying for the discount. So what I'm saying is that there is an opportunity. It is steep. It is limiting. It is discriminating. You have to be financially strong to participate. Ask me today, after we had applied for 4 a few years ago, can I afford the 227,000? Not me as me. Me as, yes.
As business.
We cannot afford it. We cannot afford it. But we think there is a model of affording that. I will talk to that when you proceed with the questions. But the model, we've toyed around with Bob, this model, and I think Bob believes it makes sense. I spoke to a few other people from Tanzania, and I spoke to the Africa Coalition on a number of meetings at ICANN. I presented my model in the Africa Strategy Group, and they thought it makes sense. And I believe it does make sense. It's something that we need to explore, polish, and then put out there for use. It's a difficult call. 227,000, 85% discount. Is that the discount there? Yes. And that's what you have if you qualify. You must qualify for that discount. You must be an NGO. You must be a good person. Good looks, I believe. Good looks like we.
And you still need to get approved. And you still need to get approved. Yes.
Right.
So
hasn't the window closed?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes. So what do you think? So the price, without any discounts, anything for African, in short, for African landscape?
Far stretch, difficult, impossible, not practical.
Thank you. Michael? So those who do not know, Michael's background is actually finances.
That's right. But once you go to domains, you can never go back. So I'm still here.
What do you think about the price for African landscape?
Well, first of all, whether $227,000 is expensive or not, you can't really answer that. If you want to start an airline, you need much more money to buy an airplane. And just like for the airline, it's not good enough to just buy the airplane and let it sit on the tarmac. You need to apply for a license, you need a pilot, you need to market, you need to find the people who want to travel on your airplane, and the same applies to a top-level domain. So, like always in business, you need to build a business case. Do you get decent return on the $227,000 upfront investment? And yes, it is very possible, but when we take the only data point that we have, which is the first ICANN round, not everyone will have enjoyed the ownership of their top-level domain. So there's like the top 10 players, like Radix, XYZ, and then Digital, Short, etc., who together control 90% of all NTLD registrations, and who each, when I ignore .top, operate more than one top-level domain. And for them, it's a viable business model. But I don't believe that you can create a company that owns one single top-level domain and really enjoy the ownership of that business. And why is that? If you look at specifically the city landscape that you were discussing, the biggest success in ccTLDs, if you measure success by the numbers of domains under management, is .Tokyo, with 126,000 registrations, which is about 1% of the population within the city parameter of Tokyo, ignoring suburbs. And some other TLDs like New York or London have gotten into the same range. And many others are way behind. But when we look into what makes well, let me first go to economic question. If you get to 100,000 registrations, and let's say you can sell them at $10 wholesale price with registrars, you have $1 million of income, then minus your registry fees, minus the ICANN maintenance fees, minus a little bit of staff, you will still be left with a decent profit, which at least in relation to the $185,000 last time, or now the $227,000 this time, can give you a very good return on investment. However, to get to 100,000 at $10, 100,000 domains at $10 per domain is not trivial, as we see that only Tokyo has met that threshold so far. But then, if we then look what drives success, Japan is a very good example, because Japan has the biggest density of ccTLDs. So we have Tokyo, Yokohama, Nagasaki, and two others, which I don't know, but I know in total it's 5, which are all operated by different operators, other than in your case, where you basically operate all South African ccTLDs. And we see a big difference in penetration. So GMO operates Tokyo got to about 1% of the population, as I already shared before, whereas some of the other operators only got to like 0.1% of the population. So here I would always say it's not the country, it's really the TLD manager who is either skillfully managed to success or who were less successful in their approach. And the other, given that there's only 30 ccTLDs, you can't do so much analysis. The other data point is if you do a ccTLD, do it in the local language, which here for Nairobi I think is not so difficult, because it's the same I think in all national languages. But for example, in Germany there is .Köln and .Cologne, and .Köln has about I think 3 times as many registrations as .Cologne, which would be an indicator that if you're, well, but Berlin would still be the same in English and in German. So if in doubt, I would then opt for the dominant language in the country. Again, for this country it's less of a problem, but in other countries there might be a problem where the local name might not be the same as the international name of the city.
And so, as I understand, you are saying instead of 1 plane, maybe you should consider 5. If you approach it as a business.
Right. If you approach it as a business, so if you go even a little bit smaller, let's say you only get to like 20,000 registrations, then you will only have $200,000. So you might be left with, after deduction of all variable fees, with maybe $100,000 contribution margin. That doesn't really allow you to hire a top-notch team that really knows how to operate in the registrar channel. However, if you then have a portfolio of 5 of these, then you might be able to actually afford a proper team. So I've been a co-founder of this company ShortDot, which is the 6th largest NTD operator. And if we would only have 1 of our 5 total domains, we would really struggle. But because we have 5 of them, and each of them contributes decent amounts of money, we can afford this top-notch team led by Lars Jensen, and who then market it. If we would have built it on 1 single top-level domain, we would have probably have failed. And so I believe there is a certain critical mass. I'm going back to my airplane example. There are, to my knowledge, no successful single airplane airlines. An airline has normally like 50 airplanes or something to operate efficiently, and I think the same applies to NTLDs. Spread your bets. And I think the local registries are, of course, in a premium place to go into this business, given that they have already the infrastructure to operate a top-level domain. They have the access to the registrar channel, so for them it's easier. If you already have the place to go to buy .za, it's easier to tell them, do you also want to put .Cape Town on the shelf, as if you are a complete outsider. But what I could imagine, just remembering the slide I've seen before with the 8 cities where for political correctness, one slot was left empty so that everyone could fill it in. I could either imagine that every local ccTLD registry could probably make a case out of one or maybe several city TLDs in their country. Of course, always you need a specific business case because different cities have different GDPs associated with it. Or the other thing would be if someone would evolve that would basically do the entire portfolio and say, look, I'm doing .Cairo, Nairobi, Kigali, and all the other cities. Then I think you could get to a critical mass. Will this be an IPO candidate? Probably not, because I don't see that you could extract much more than a couple of 100,000 of contribution margin from each of these TLDs. But if you then have 8 of them, and each of them contributes a couple of 100,000, maybe you get to $1 million of profit, and then that would be a decent business.
Thank you. Roland, and what is your opinion?
If we're talking in terms of the future and what is going on now, we know that in African continent there are around 600 million internet users. And does anyone know how much it's going to be in 2029? It is going to be around 1.1 billion people. So that means potential of growth. Yeah, and we noticed that many ccTLDs, African ccTLDs, start looking, improving their systems to modernizing for the reason that they would be able to domains for the local market mostly, and also integrating with the international registrars. So there is definitely is the future. It's just the question is how you're gonna wrap your ccTLD. Some of them are more lucky than others. Example, Cape Verde CV, it is highly popular, and some other ones maybe less could be popular, but there is always opportunity to find a way how to market them.
Yes, sorry, the previous discussions got you a bit off the main question. So the main question was, what do you think about the price? What about the price in terms of Africa landscape, as you understand it? You have friends, you have done business here before as well. You do business here.
African for application, you mean?
Yes, for the new gTLD round. What do you think of that price?
Yeah, the price is, it is one issue, but another, it is not cheap, of course, and it has to pay back, so it needs to have a quantity of domains to be selling. So if you limit yourself to one city or something, so you basically limited coverage and capabilities to be able to sell big amount of domains. So it is very important to create a big volume. But there is another issue that what we noticed, that there is a lack of expertise in the understanding how this business works, and the ICANN advisory service, of course, it could help in this case. And thank you for Helmut to organizing this event, because these events are very, very important for the people who are in this industry and want to progress.
Okay, thank you. So not an easy way to, yes, of course.
Just the other thing, you know, on the, I like the airplane example, because it's a good thing. You buy, I don't want to say Boeing or Airbus, but if you can do that and still run the airplane and still be the manufacturer, it's a nice thing, but it's never the best model to be the plane manufacturer and still be the airline operator. It's easier to be the airline operator, and the risk of the aircraft, you can lease it, you can do all that. But in the domain name space, there's a tricky thing that we need to be cognizant of. The registry acquires a domain name and it offers it at a wholesale price. Take .Africa as an example. We are below $10 wholesale price, .Africa. Below, I mean, create or renewals below. Then you go and you see what is happening at the other end with your retail, what happens. You would find that .Africa, it's probably anywhere up to 40 euros in the market. So it makes it difficult for the names to be released into the market, to be available, to be affordable. So if you take that same mathematical formula that you are applying to growing a domain name and you bring it here, the registry, whoever will acquire that name, will not realize that returns on investment as quickly as the registrar, because the registrar can up your retail and they price it any way they want. And the burden is left with you, the registry, to carry this cost forward. These are some of the practical challenges that we are facing.
Maybe the answer is having more registrars so they compete with each other?
More registrars, and also the margin between your wholesale and retail has to be reasonable. You cannot have the margin, being 2 digits or 10, a factor of 10. It doesn't make sense. We need to manage the margin or between the wholesale and the retail. Then we're making it easy for the end user. If we cannot, of course, this is a space that cannot be regulated. It is left to the market. We can only regulate the wholesale. It's easier to regulate. But that retail is left to the market forces. But again, we have to then come to the market forces. Let's be reasonable. You cannot come up with exorbitant, increases or factors between your wholesale. That makes it difficult to even grow the domain name on the continent. It makes it unaffordable, unreachable.
Absolutely. So, and less registrations, and then you cannot meet that threshold that Michael was saying of 100,000, 200,000 domains, so so a gTLD operator or owner is profitable. So the next question is, looking at the previous round, 2012, and seeing what happened and knowing what you know now, what mistakes were made that new applicants this time should avoid? Maybe starting with Michael, and Lucky, then Roland.
Well, I think the first point I would mention will resonate with what Lucky just said, and I'll come to the connection. Many people believed I'll just need to register a great string and then people will come and I'll be rich. And guess what? It didn't happen. Because you need to work through that registrar channel. That's our only way to sell domain names at scale to the end users. So you have to work with them, and it's not that they wouldn't have a lot of choice. Just like, but it's not domain specific. If you're doing preliminaries, you also have to fight that you get on the shelf at Carrefour or Walmart or whatever other place. You need to tell them this is what the consumers want. So you need some social media and native ad budget to basically make customers come to the registrar. Hey, I want a .icu or I want a .Cape Town, so that they feel urged by the customer. We need this on our platform. And one challenge that unfortunately in this case ccTLDs have, given that their total global market will always be somehow limited, the registrars need to make a certain minimum margin on every domain registration to basically cover their own cost. This is why I think spreads between the wholesale price and the retail price will always be a bit higher for ccTLDs. Does this mean that ccTLDs can't work? I wouldn't say so, but it of course also depends on the competition with your local ccTLD. And we just spoke about Japan, that it's home to 5 ccTLDs, including the most successful one, .Tokyo. But a .jp domain name also has a wholesale price of 2,500 yen, which is about, despite the collapsing currency, still $16. So it's priced relatively expensive, which leaves a little bit more margin for ccTLDs to live from. If of course you're, let's say, .Paris, and you compete to what is it, €5.50 .fr registration, of course you can't go to 20 euros and still hope that would be required. But again, coming back to the core of your question, you need to understand what makes you unique, why GoDaddy should include you in their inventory. and for this you need a proper narrative, a story around your string, not only owning the string. The other thing that people can note different, I wouldn't call it a mistake from the last time. We've of course moved a lot. I mean, in 2012, cloud was already a thing, but it was not ubiquitous. So there were some cloud applications, but being on the cloud was not the standard. Yes, people already had smartphones. The iPhone was invented in 2008, I think. So in 2012 there was some penetration, but desktop traffic was still dominant. Today, mobile traffic is like, I don't know, 80% of the traffic. So you must think mobile first, not desktop first. We are now in the world of AI. Whereas in 2012, Google search was the dominant form of navigating the internet. So there are quite a few things how humans are using the internet have changed, and we might not even see the full impact on how these new technologies will impact the user behavior. So I would strongly recommend, don't just look into the past, what has worked in 2012 and what has not worked so well, and then study from there, because these learnings from 2012 might be very outdated by the time you submit your application before the 12th of August.
Thank you. Lucky, and your experience of mistakes?
I think for me, this process now has improved on the application, especially the objection and what we experienced. We signed a contract and somebody objected, then we had a preliminary interdict, and we went to the courts in the US and to defend our name. So this process, this round, has now put in some measures in place to avoid what we went through. We had other instances where there was auction. Think of .shop, for example. It went to be auctioned for about 47 million US dollars.
The GMO. Yeah.
Yes, and GMO was the successful bidder. So this process is managing all of those application processes, the teething problems that were there. The next thing that I think it's not yet been fully addressed, it's the release of these IGOs. For me, I've always raised these things with the ICANN meeting that we have, your Olympic names with these IGOs are international government organizations. Certain names have been put in the reserve name list. So there is no process in place for releasing those names from that reserve name list. So we can't get a name like AU, which is Africa Union, au.africa. So the Africa Union wants to register. It wants to get away from au.org. It wants to have au.africa. But it can't do it. It's not possible because there's no process in place to release AU. AU, we know as a tool character, is owned by Australia. And we have agreed with Australia, you can have the name, but it can't be released as an international government organization. So some of the things that I think have been done successfully are in place to avoid auctions, to avoid litigations, but it is this IGO that's still a teething problem. It needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Maybe one or two mistakes that you can admit. We made these in 2012 that this year the new applicants should not repeat.
The IGO, I think, for me, it's exactly the things that there should be no auctioning, the bidding, and also we have .africa as our name, and I don't think we should have anybody to apply for .afrique as an example. That should be automatically granted to us because it's a French version of Africa, .afrique. So
I believe
these are things, and
it has been
Bob needs to assist there.
I believe Bob, maybe you can explain how the similar TLDs, the situation you have
Yeah, thanks, Helmut. And I think Lucky has highlighted many things. Probably I'll start from the last one. So this time, you can apply for up to 4 variants of the name you're applying for. And you can apply for a variant of an existing name. I probably am not a linguist, but I'm not sure for this particular example if a freak is ASCII or a different script. Otherwise, if it were a different script and it means exactly Africa, then you are entitled to apply for it at no fee. So that's my policy now. So we only need to confirm is a freak ASCII or Latin script or not, and that one I can't determine. Probably linguists in the room can tell me. But existing TLD holders can apply for variants, up to 4 variants of their names at no fee. And new applications have the right to apply for 4 variants with their primary application at an additional fee.
Beautiful explanation. So fabulous. So ICANN knows how to resolve problems. They can admit that there was an issue, and thank you, Bob. Rolandus?
Yeah, I think Michael Riddle already said that applying for one TLD is quite risky, as it's better to have few TLDs, and as a practice showed, just there are some exemptions like .xyz or .club who applied a single string, and yes, and they succeed, but many of them, mostly of them failed. So it means that the price of the business increases, entry price, yeah. One thing. Another thing, many companies underestimated marketing expenses. So one thing is the application, another thing is marketing, and marketing actually costs a lot more than, many times can cost more than actual application, because you're going to compete with 1,500 different extensions, yeah, which exist, and you need to show why you're different and why people need to use your extension. Plus, when you will get to at the registrars, of course, you need to get positioned in the top, and this is again marketing. You need to work with those registrars and so on. Many companies didn't thought about that indeed. Also, in terms of pricing, when we're talking, domain price is like commodity. You can of course put the high price, but very little amount people will be buying. So it means that it is very small visibility. No one will know your domain, and there is a very little chance to succeed again. Yeah. So probably.
Thank you. And
yes. One more very important thing: choosing the right RSP, of course, because RSP has to be up to date and also working with, integrated with many registrars, so it helps to increase the
And
access.
congratulations to IT.com being the new kid on the block with approved by ICANN as RSP provider, and Team Internet, of course, as one of the most established. And which RSP do you use? Yes.
The successful one is for Africa, actually.
Yes. Which one do you
DNS.
use?
We use DNS, domain name services.
Okay, domain name services.
We use them for our cities, Cape Town, Durban, Joburg, and then for .Africa. And they also administer the 4 SLDs, the second level domain names under .za. So this is why earlier on I was talking about the ecosystem, whereby we resource better, we pull everything into the common pot, and we don't go outside to procure or buy services. All our services are procured internally, and we're able to identify some shortcomings and be able to come up with social solutions internally across the various, domain names or TLDs, and this is ideal for us. It has been a very good solution, cost-effective wise, and able to to impart skills across the team, you know.
And again, we can see a model of several planes, not just one.
That's
And that is
yeah.
working, Michael,
It does,
very well.
it does.
And so the third question, starting from that side, is about the business itself and your advice. So beyond registrations, yes? So what sustainable revenue model should a new gTLD operator build from the very, very day one? What should be the premium strategy, the main partnerships, bundling, or something else?
Yeah, so it all in complex, and it depends on the region as well. For example, talking from the experience, IT.com, it is highly versatile in this case domain. It can represent information technology, it can represent Italy, and in our case it's a good idea to bundle with some Italian registrars who are selling .it.com, so it shows that you're buying local domain and you're kind of semi-geographic global, I would say. Yeah, another thing about premium prices, about premium domains. Now we have very good tools like AI tools, and they can help you to create the big list of the trendy premium domains, basically. Or what else could be?
So the question is about a strategy. A company applies for a new gTLD, it gets it, what next, apart from the registrations?
The pricing is very important as well, and getting in the top positions at the registrars. That's what sells for, and that's what it worked for us. You know, we tried many things. Plus, as well, we increased our domain visibility through other events such as World Chess. We are supporting World Chess for the 3 years, and there are many members who are playing World Chess, so it increases ITCOM status and visibility. So it needs to participate in many projects related to, how to say, maybe, which will help to see your domain everywhere.
Thank you. Lucky?
So I think the strategy starts first at the application point. The business model has to change altogether. Like, as I was said earlier on, you can't put a shop and expect people to come and buy a domain name. This time around, I think if we want to be successful, especially if you want to be a player on the continent, is to think differently. One, if you want to apply for a name, think of yourself, think of a beautiful city that we are in, Nairobi. You're applying for .Nairobi, or a beautiful city in Eswatini, Manzini. You want .Manzini. You need the city council to be a partner, so that the city council is a sponsor, is an entity that would pay for that domain name. In return, you build the whole platform for the city. You become the RSP, right? And building a website for the city. The city then allocates a domain name for each utility, for each resident that is having electricity or water, that receives a bill. And that bill will never be sent again to a post box number. It will be sent to an email address. They receive that email with their utility bill. And there is a levy that they pay for that domain name, $1.50 per month. So you recover your money from the residents. So in the beautiful city of .Nairobi, think of how many ratepayers you have here. So the city will recover its money in less than 2 years or even 12 months if they have all the residents subscribing and getting their own domain name to receive their bills. And what does it do for domain name? It creates scale and over time costs. And over time, more people will use .ke. They will not only be looking at .Nairobi, they will also look at .ke. They will understand the value of a domain name. It has a cascading effect. This is how we need to look at the next round. There is a huge opportunity, but we have to partner with your city, your county, and you'll see the differentiator.
Thank you. Michael?
Well, given that Lucky has already addressed how a local or geographically oriented TLD might address its market, if you really go back to your question around the business models, I would say don't think about alternative revenues. First get your registrations, then get your renewals. If you don't get there, you've already lost and you don't even have to think about any extra revenue streams. So you start a new top-level domain, you go to a company like NameBlock, you first make the first money on blocking a few top-level domains, which can also do without a trademark registration.
Could you please explain what it is?
So these are services, and I think GoDaddy has something similar.
Could be useful for ccTLDs as well.
Right, so where you can basically, there is this sunrise protection when during a limited period of time only trademark owners can register domain names. However, there are services where you can basically ask the registries to simply block the domain name, so you don't preemptively register it to take it out of the market, but we just go to a registry and offer them, and the registry would offer to never create that domain name, which is way cheaper per protected string than the classical registrations. And it also avoids confusion, because if you, let's say Nestlé takes Nestlé.whatever as an example in the top of the domain, that domain will still be out there, people might type it in, it will not resolve, and it's confusing. So it might be even better for the name never to exist, rather than going through a brand registrar and create it. But again, that's a sequence. So with this blocking service, you can make some money up front even before you launch. Then you have the sunrise phase where you would work with all the CSCs or brand shelters of the world in order to get as many of the Apples, Microsofts, and others registering your names. Then in the early phase, you will count on premium sales. However, I would recommend be reasonable on the premium sales. Domain investors, like for example Martin, who's here, have been instrumental in actually creating the domain space as it exists today, because they've taken the risk. I believe in the internet. I'll just buy a couple of 100,000 domain names and pay the renewal fees from them every year because I believe in it, and they were right. But you need this. You need to leave some margin for the investors. If you really extract the last dollar that the retail investor might be willing to pay for the domain name, the investors can't come in, and then you will have no early adoption of the domain. So yes, premium pricing is powerful, but be reasonable. But at the end of the day, you must generate renewals. If you don't get to a state where all registrations turn into long-term renewals, you will have failed. It's just as brutal as I say it. We've been seeing the .za statistics before, and these are exactly the stats that you need to look at. What is my 13 months conversion? So how many of the new registrations actually survived the first year and are actually renewed for a first time? That's the most risky phase. We've seen 56% of .za domain names make it through there. .com is not materially higher than that, some low 60s. Once the domain name has survived that first year, the renewal rates go up materially, 80% plus, which then gave us the 80% blended rate for .za. And I also found the other KPI very interesting, how many of the deletes are triggered by expiry, which was 93%, if I remember the slide correctly, which is giving you a quality ratio. If you try to brute force sales through selling through spammers, spam hosts, and others, which are of course a big market. You will see that in that metric, because you will have a lot of abuse complaints, you will have a lot of takedowns of domains, and then that 93% will not 93%, but 7%, because most of domains are being deleted because of some abuse. So I think with the three KPIs that they represent for .za before, you have a solid framework to manage your TLD, whether it's a ccTLD or an nTLD. And yeah, but the end game must always be renewals, else the entire business model is only short-lived.
Thank you, thank you. So, we have...
Thank you, Michael, for the sales pitch.
So, your questions, please. Of course, let's go. Please stand up, introduce yourself.
Bugwa, don't laugh at me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juno Kao, and I'm wearing my hat as an internet user. I had you mention the geolocation use of ccTLDs. I'm curious to know if there's any brand examples that you have or that you could speak about. And then for the rest of the room, because I know there's an African representation in the room, I mean, I see the value for .Nairobi under Lucky's model. Easy, because we do that under eCitizen already and pay a 50 bob service charge. So Sakaja and Dimples should definitely do that. But for the rest of the African cities, I'm curious to know whether you see that model functioning. Those are my two questions. Thanks. Individual user, no affiliation.
Thank you. Thank you, Kennick.
Well, and I hope I got all the questions correctly. I think you were talking about use cases. For the brands, it is a matter of fact that as of today, most of them struggle to make a proper use case. I think a good use case for a .brand is when you are a highly distributed organization. For example, that one that has resellers or branches, or for example, a franchise system where you could basically guarantee that every domain name under .mcdonald's or .mcd, I would always go short if I would have the choice, is then an actual official franchise taker. It could be even more powerful for organizations. Let's take FIFA for football. I go to fcbarcelona.com. Is it a real domain name, or am I just buying fake tickets from some fraudster who is registered fc-barcelona.com? So, for example, by having a .fifa top-level domain, you would always know this is the original football club. No cyber squatting possible at all. So I think here there's some very powerful cases, but we have to think about it. And not every company will have that case and should not do it. But I like the word use case that you used, because domain names are so powerful. We are still thinking of domain names as the address where your website is being hosted, but it's so much more. It's also the address from which you're sending your email. And email is still an application that is still very powerful, still even in 2026, after many years of different chat apps. But for example, a company, Nikki, is now offering services where you can actually connect your domain name to your crypto wallets, and you could then, rather than giving your 32 hexadecimal hash code to somebody to make a wire, you could tell them, send this to Michael at teaminternet.com, and or just send the money to teaminternet.com and then receive the payment. Or what I've also seen is on the level of personal domain names, you can basically link a domain name to your Zoom room. So you could, for example, tell people, don't call me on this number, or call me on zoom.com/ I don't know what. Just tell them, call me. Yeah, exactly. Let's say I register. Well, I actually have the domain name mr.ceo, which is my personal homepage. But it's Michael Riedel CEO, not Mr. CEO. But I could, for example, give that, and people send that to somebody on WhatsApp. They click on the link, and it would then automatically resolve in my Zoom room. I've not done that yet. I've just seen this example 2 weeks ago. But there's still so many cases when a domain name leaves. Today, the number of domain names, 370 million, is highly correlated to the number of companies worldwide. And we as industry must overcome that, because there's use cases that an individual can make sense out of a domain name. And this becomes, when it basically becomes your proper token of identity. Click on this name and you're connected to me on video chat. Send money to this link and it will arrive in my crypto wallet. And then we are going from a couple of 100 million potential users to billions of potential users, and that's exactly where we need to go.
Thank you. Lucky?
I'm good. No commenter. Well covered.
Yes.
Thank you again. Davis Waithaka from Kenik. When I'm here, I'm from Kenik, so it's good. In your experience, what is the possibility of normal investment channels to invest in people who are trying maybe to buy the next gTLD? And do you think that, say, as a domainer, you can pitch a good return on investment to a typical investor?
Yeah,
Lucky.
maybe
Lucky starts.
It's possible. You need to pool resources. Get a group of guys from Nairobi, including the evangelist. You throw money into a big bag, and then you buy a name. I think that's one of the ways of raising funding. To go to a bank is probably going to be a big call to convince them to invest into that name. But if you were to go to your players, internet players, get that pooling the funds into one pool, and then you get the name. And this is my instant reaction to the question now. And I've seen the pooling as one of the ways in which some entities where your brokers would acquire domain names and sell them off at the markup, a huge markup. So there's another opportunity for that. Create value on that name. First acquire it, create value, release it to the market.
Thank you. Rolandus?
I also just improvising, but I think what about crowdfunding? And in African continent there are lots of people, and if you have a good idea and you wrap it nicely and represent on the stages and through the influencers, it could work as well, because there are lots of people. And
when advice is given and it is written down by Kenik, that is a clear sign of something that is brewing at Kenik. Michael?
Well, so first you're right. There's no good channels where retail investors could today invest into specifically new top-level domains. There was one back until 2018, Minds Machines, a company listed on the London Stock Exchange that operated 42 top-level domains, but it has been acquired by GoDaddy. And that was the only way how a retail investor could have invested specifically in operating new top-level domains. All other big companies, whether it's Identity Digital or Radix or XYZ, are all private, and you can't invest in them. So Short, my friend Lars Jensen, who's operating ShortDot, he's currently fundraising, but is also mostly targeting institutional investors. Simply because with not even 10 employees, you can't reach out to thousands of retail investors. You need to focus your efforts. But the investment case, then again, it's not necessarily the string. .club cost $7 million in the auction, and .forum cost $4 million in the auction. So two cases where people have thrown a lot of money at a top-level domain. The .club guys worked it really hard. They had 50 cents come to the opening party and promote .club, and they then exited the business, I think, for something like $50 million. So they made their money 7 times back. And I'm not sure what you reminded me of. It's the business activity, so he never had the time to really work the asset. So it's still there with, I don't know, probably a couple of 100 registrations. And so when if there was an investment opportunity in these in new top-level domains, look first at the team and then at the strings, because the team is guaranteed. The strings depends on the outcome of the process. The right team can build success on, let's say, single A quality strings. Poor teams will not even make success out of a triple A string. And but that's not really specific to us. If you, for example, look into investing into a venture capital fund, you also first look at the team, then you look at the old investments that they've done, and from there you basically project, can these guys do it again and invest the next fund well for me? And that's how I would proceed here. First team, track record. That's the only thing that you have to estimate or assess the future success.
Thank you. So going to, after investment, show that you have an excellent team. In your case, you have. Thank you. The next question is, oh, yes, I will go to that gentleman, please. Thank you. And then...
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, my name is Kevin Mugo from the Kenya Cyber Security and Forensics Association. It's a privilege and a lot of thanks to the gentlemen in the panel because of taking your time to educate us in such a special way. Two quick questions. The first one, how do you analyze the feasibility ecosystem, especially for the case study or the idea that you've given us, for example, in .Nairobi? And I remember from previous sessions, for example, Mr. Lucky, we were able to maneuver through with great analytics, be able to have great business intelligence. But now when it comes to scenarios of getting into new ecosystems, such as these purchases, what are your case studies, or what do you consider, because business is all about risks, because you may not be having the data, but there needs to be evidence that makes you decide, I'm willing to risk my $227,000 or $450,000 to the extent for such a scenario. And then lastly, Mr. Michael talked about the connection between this infrastructure and financial transactions. Along the registration procedures, could there be compliances tied to maybe financial, data privacy and the rest? And how is that ecosystem with regards to now compliance when it comes to such registrations? Thank you very much.
Were the questions clear, or shall I ask to repeat them?
The last part, yes.
Lucky?
Let me try it. So, I think we have good indicators that we can use from CANIC looking at the growth. For example, 120,000 registrations, which I believe this is the current number of names that they have under CANIC, is one of those baseline indicators to give us an idea of the uptake on .Nairobi. And the other factor that one needs to think of is you need to understand that it is no longer going to be a pull thing. We need to learn to push. Domain names have to be pushed to the end users. You are not going to be waiting for people to come to you and ask for it. We need to be a little bit more aggressive and go for a push kind of approach in the next round, and even going further in attempting to introduce a name that is a city name, .Nairobi or .Manzini, as I had mentioned earlier on. So .Manzini, I think the numbers will be lower, but I believe based on the economy, the indicators of the citizens or the residents, the utility payers, the rate payers in Manzini, it tells you that there is a certain market. You segment your market, and ideally, that market segmentation gives you easy access to the market. Ratepayers Association in Manzini there is probably looking at easily, a population of 200,000 there. I don't know what would be ratepayers in Nairobi. That is another indicator that you want to use and exploit and take advantage of. That becomes an instant foundation to grow your numbers. Cities keep growing. 10 years ago, the city of Nairobi was not what it is today. And in the next 5 to 10 years, the city of Nairobi will be even much bigger than what we see. Your example that you made of Dubai was just equally amazing, that you have grown seeing Dubai move from this desert land to the skyscrapers that we see today, and almost a business hub of the world. So that almost tells us that the time is now to invest in some of these ideas that we are throwing about, gaining, accessing that domain name, growing its value, pushing it to the people. Don't wait for the end users to come to you. Let's go and do a lot of pushing. And what is pushing? It's marketing. You spoke earlier on of the cost of marketing, Roland. Then that's what it is. Marketing will be expensive. A lot of times we do not understand the value of marketing. We see marketing as a big cost. And a lot of CEOs, the first thing they do when they cut costs is the marketing. And today it's no longer the trend. You should never touch marketing. It must be the last item. Evangelists, don't touch it. You must cut it at the end of everything else, you know. Yeah. That's it. I mean, let's think about all of those factors, you know, in this journey of analytics. I know you're thinking around the numbers and coming up with real truth of what is happening, but I think those are the baseline factors that you need to input, and you'll get your results at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Well, to the question around compliance, it's not really a registry challenge, because the registry never gets in touch with the money of the end user. So the end user pays the registrar, GoDaddy as an example, or our Monaco.com, and they then pass on the money. So the parties from which the registries receive the money, they are always beyond of any doubt compliant in all material aspects. And it's then the registrars themselves who, of course, must then check where the money is coming from. Domain names are neither in the US code nor in the EU directive among the 10 industries that have specific KYC requirements, like banks, casinos, and others. So we would just have to do the normal duty of care in normal business. But also domain names, the domain primary market, so just selling domain names at registration fees, is also not something that is practically usable for money laundering. You can't. It doesn't make sense to try to wash $10 million of black money by registering a million .com domain names. First of all, today we have Bitcoin for that. Even if you wanted to do it with domain names, it wouldn't happen in the aftermarket. Someone buying a not so valuable domain name for $10 million, where it's very difficult for tax authorities or the prosecutor to determine what's this market price, because by nature every domain name is unique. Again, we are not in the domain aftermarket, so I don't know much about it. But I don't see that the registrar and registry ecosystem is particularly exposed to illegal activities.
Thank you. Rolandus? Thank you. And Michael touched an interesting thing about illegal activities, money laundering and domains. And if you are interested, I would highly advise to talk to that individual. I'm sure we cannot bring anything, but it is potentially a real thing in our industry. So, Andrew?
Yes, and I know the energy levels might be low. I've three short ones, mostly for Lucky.
One question.
Okay. The Global North, in the previous round, heavily participated. Global South, minimal participation, and you are a good case study. With the current improvements that ICANN has put in the process and the support, and the initial numbers you're seeing, do you think we'll have a better outcome Because you're a wise old man, so maybe you see the future. Do you think we will have better outcomes in terms of participation in this round? And how many are you applying for this year?
Specifically. Thank you.
I must ask the octopus. You remember World Cup and the octopus. So, look, I do not see the picture changing significantly. 17 names, 13, 17 names, 5 being active. It scares me. I would want to be optimistic, but the reality tells me something different. And I'm informed by the number of domain registered across the continent, discounting the free noms, you know. It gives me an indication of the uptake into the future. We probably need another 5 to 10 years to see a better uptake of domain names. If we can have 5 registrations that are successful on the continent, I think we would have done a great deal of success. 5. That is the best we can do.
You got 5 last time, so you.
We applied for 17. 17 was applied for the continent. 17 in total. 5 are active. So I'm being realistic now because, again, the biggest applicant then was MultiChoice with DSTV. So they had your CakeNet, your DSTV, you know. And they didn't have a business case for all of those names. That is one of the biggest entity that showed this huge decline and even gave a negative sentiment to your gTLDs on the continent. It was just one applicant who had all of these names. But it showed something that you do need a lot of names for scale as a single applicant. Now, what's going to happen on the continent, you are going to have one applicant attempting to get one name. You are not going to have one applicant having 5 names. And that's going to be one of the biggest challenge for the continent to be successful. Because if you look at it, what we also are doing is cross-subsidization for the names. The cities would be about total 3 cities, probably 10,000 names. We cross-subsidize them from the other revenue, from the other name, for them to succeed. But if you're going to have one name and be the sole applicant, and you attempt to grow its market value, it's going to be difficult. I think that pooling, that crowdfunding, pooling of names together is going to be possibly the solution, or going for the cities that own up as sponsors for the name is going to be the solution. But if you were to come up as Michael or as Bob and apply for the name on your own and attempt to take it to market, that's going to be difficult. That's why I say my best bet, and if we do succeed, if we have 5 names that are successfully registered and they go through the whole process and get delegated, that would be a good show. That would be a good show. I don't know what Michael said. You throw bones better.
Well, based what you said, 100% resonates with my theory. Single TLD registry, very difficult. In particular, if you then go niche, basically limit your market to only one city, it's tough. So this is why I said either it's a byproduct of the local ccTLD, which you just confirmed, and or you would need someone who is really an aspiration to build an alternative. But then I think there can only be like one African or maybe even one sub-Equatorian player who would basically need to handle all these assets in order to get to the critical size to really succeed.
Thank you. Roland?
I will be quite short. Our marketing director has written book about how to get your top own level domain, basically, and there are lots of interviews from previous applicants and which mistakes they've done and what they would do better, and so basically I would suggest to get that book online on Amazon and learn a bit from that. So.
Do we get discount codes?
Domain Summit. Thank you. And the last question, please. Yes. Thank you. From a cybersecurity expert working for a company of 15-year experience.
Good evening. My name is Juma Emiri. I'm from Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association, and I'm a cybersecurity analyst. That's why my question will be based on threats. I heard you mention something about cyber squatting. So have you ever experienced the issue of cyber squatting, and if so, what are the measures about someone registering a domain similar to a legit business, then tries to do some malicious activities or doing some illegal business using the fake website? So what are some of the measures that you take to counter that issue, or what are the specific things that you consider before someone registering for a domain, so that you can identify this domain is a legit and this one is not legit? Thank you.
Thank you. A bit in a different space, but why not?
Look, yesterday I spoke briefly about DNS abuse, and I spoke to that it requires collaboration by the good actors, and I believe us in the room are good actors. We've seen this a lot, especially in our namespace. We do continuous monitoring of the quality of the name. Remember, because this thing is automated, you do not see it when it is being registered. You only see it when the name becomes a website that purports to be what it's not to be. And we've seen some fake websites where it's either Department of Defense or Department of Health. You know, it would look like a typical Department of Health and selling certain medication that only them would have it. So it pushes you into a specific site, and with a bank, a fake bank account again. And what we do is really we move fast. We have a takedown, would delete that domain name. And also there is a collaboration with the internet service providers, ISP, which also would assist monitoring some websites that are not genuine or that are using names that are not belonging to those entities. And we would also put them on server hold until that name is clarified. So there are a lot of activities in place to ensure that the general public is protected. Deletion, server hold, and those are the things that we do, but we always recommend the other thing. Before you get to that, the name theft or your name being lost, we also offer registry lock, whereby your name is locked up and nobody can have access to your name. The only way you are to change the details on your name would be through two-factor authentication, and we've seen this working very well, and do consider the registry lock to preserve your name and name theft. Yeah, thanks.
So the question asks, yes.
Yeah, well, just to add what Lucky said. So there's very well-established procedures in our industry. So, for example, if you think someone else has claimed a domain name that infringes on your trademark, there's a UDRP process for which you can reclaim the ownership. Every registrar and every registry must have abuse contacts where people can actually report actual abuse cases to. And when we look at the numbers of UDRPs every year, it's very small numbers of the total domain count. So I think we have all the processes that we need. It's then a matter of actually living the values, actually applying the playbook, and but also as Lucky said, do not leave very obvious angles of attack open. And for this you have special domain registrars like our brand shelter or Mark Monitor or CSC, where you could go to, who will basically advise you which are the most likely typos of your trademark that you should register in each and every country. So for example, a French keyboard will produce different typos than a German keyboard, than a UK keyboard, so that they could basically advise you which typos to take in which under which country code, top level domain. So all of this is established, and even so we have some customers who are not only S&P 500 but even Dow Jones 30. Even for a Dow Jones 30 company, the budget to have the state-of-the-art level of protection is only a low 7-digit amount, which in their budget is something that the CEO would never get aware of. So protection is there. People can afford it. You just have to go and shop for it.
Thank you, and this should be it. Otherwise, we have a performance coming after that, and I have one last question. So for you guys, when you think of maybe your contacts or yourself investing into the new gTLD and thinking about the big numbers, those are planes, and as we see, some have them, and boys want more toys, and they can package the desires as they wish. How liquid are these toys? How liquid? Nobody talks about liquidity.
You mean liquid in
yes,
being able
let us say you want to sell it. Are they liquid, and what is now the market price as gTLDs have been bought and sold?
Right, well, just like for domain names, every domain name is unique, and so is every top-level domain, so it's difficult to compare them. I mean, Shortdot that I mentioned a few times, they missed the first round. Lars and I were young and broke, so we could not participate. But we then, starting 2017, started buying up some strings that we felt were good and not fully exploited, which we then took from basically 0 registrations to now 5 or 6 million. I haven't checked the latest stats. But good examples are .club, which I understand was somewhere around $50 million when it was finally sold. Many others have basically sold for price around the registration fees. I wouldn't know of any case where a transaction has happened below the 2012 application fees. There's of course a few brands who have just abandoned the string, basically not recovering anything. But then normally for the organizations that have done that, $185,000 write-off is not something that they would ever see in the P&L. Normally it's this organization that rounds to full millions. And yeah, but there have been quite a few deals very early on. I think remind me of the name, the three French guys who had .bio, .ski and .echo. I think they were the first ones to sell out. And I think they didn't make a lot of profit. I think they maybe doubled the money or tripled it. And then there's of course mega successes like Identity Digital, which is now valued at billions of dollars. So let's say the range is a very broad one from getting 0 if you just abandon your top domain to getting the main price and building $1 billion business.
So it is quite safe investment relatively, if run properly.
If you operate the assets right, again, the top 10 players have basically amassed 90% of all registrations. The top 10 strings alone have amassed about 60% of all registrations. So success is very concentrated on a few. And then there's a very long tail of others who then have a couple of thousands of registrations, which are then normally good enough to pay your ICANN renewal fees every year. So I also don't see them necessarily going away. I think proper bankruptcies of TLDs are quite rare. I think there's only a few that are in the Ibero program, like .daisy. Bob, you might know the others. I think there's like a handful or maybe 10 of all strings that are in the Ibero program because they couldn't pay their backend provider or the ICANN fees. But let's say 99%, probably 99.5% have survived the first 14 years, which is a proof point of a very good business model. I don't know any other industry where 99.x% of players survive the first 14 years.
Absolutely. Lucky?
My response would be, what would you offer for .Africa?
Let's take that privately.
There is a internet meeting room on the floor 1. 2% commission, please. Roland?
Yeah, I can talk only about IT.com, and let's say around 40 months ago we had around 3,500 or 4,000 registrations, and today we have over 150,000. And as Michael Riddle said, that the most important thing is renewals. Yeah, if renewals are too low, you've done basically. So we got over 30% rate renewals, which is quite good, as we think, especially for the first year, and we're expecting the second year to get 40% and more. And of course, more domains we sell, more visible we are, and more liquid we are, I would say. There's more value in that business.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Bob has no problem. Hopefully the dancers will not run away. Of course.
So auctions this time round. So there won't be private auctions, and auctions will be by secret ballot, if that makes sense. Meaning, you don't know my bid, as opposed to last time when we would outbid each other essentially. And I hope that will change the matrix this time round.
Right. When I'm being asked by investors what's the risk profile of investing into this, of course the contention risk is one of the first things that people come up with. However, given that we only have one data point, which was 2012, there were about 1,400 applications, half of them .brands, half of them, let's say, I will call them commercial TLDs. And there were only 230 TLDs where there was contention. So even if you only look at the commercial TLDs, 65% of the applications didn't have any competition. So they were just processing, unless you were doing something like applying for .jpeg, which might then cause technical problems. And now with the new system, and I was surprised, I thought you could only name one alternative string. You can now give 4. Okay, that makes sense. But if we would now assume that in the next round you would have the same dynamics, so you apply for your favorite string, so you have 65% probability that it will just process through without any contention. And if there's contention, you can either go into auction or just switch to your replacement string, which would then, if it's not strongly correlated, again have 65% chance to succeed, which will give you, I'll do the math for you, about 85% success rate, that you will get either your dream string or your replacement string. And Bob, now that we have the luxury of having you here, if then there's also contention for your replacement string, you could, but you could then withdraw from, when you get that back 65% of.
Yeah, so your replacement must not introduce a new contention.
Right.
So you can't default to it if it is in contention already by a primary application, unfortunately.
Okay, that makes sense. And but if you then are at that stage and you then decide you don't want to go to auction, I think you could ask back 65% of the fee. Is that correct? So let's say so therefore I would say the risk of the application is not as high as it might seem. So first of all, with 85% probability you would get your dream string, either the dream string or the substitute, and
Ladies and gentlemen, on stage is Utamaduni,
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, as I said, Tamaduni Entertainment Group is from Nairobi, Kenya, and they are based and they major in the African dance and music. They do music and dances about the culture of Africa. On stage is Utamaduni Entertainment Group with the Kanyalugo dancers. Those here with the feathers are the totems from the Luo land.